Trombley, step forward, please.
25-year-old Jennifer Trombley is suing her husband, Russell Trombley, claiming he physically abused her throughout their marriage. Mr. Trombley's countersuit alleges that his wife has a drug problem and has neglected their daughter.
Order, all rise. Judge, it's number 159 on the calendar in the matter of Trombley versus Trombley. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
You two folks are married, in the process of getting a divorce. You've been married for 2 years. You have a 2-year-old child, Mrs. Trombley. I have your complaint. You are seeking $5,000 from your husband for emotional stress.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'd like you to tell me about it. You have a countersuit. I'll hear that in a minute. Go ahead.
Well, I'm really suing because he broke into my best friend's house.
That to you,
Well, I was
this
there.
has nothing to do with your best friend's house. There's nothing in here in the complaint about
Well, he
your
broke
best
in there
friend's
and
house.
attacked me.
Well, let
That's
me hear
what
about
brought
it.
this complaint.
Let me hear about it. The attacking you is something else. Let me hear about the attacking you.
Once he entered the house,
Yeah.
he ran through the house and threw me against the wall and kicked me and then left with our daughter screaming in the living room.
What had precipitated this?
I hadn't come home the night before because
Why not?
Because I was afraid of getting hit. And when I did come home in the morning, he raised his hand to me, and if he hadn't seen my friend, he would have hit me.
That's untrue. There was no threat of violence of her coming home at any point, ever. She was with her friend partying late into the night.
He says you do drugs, Mrs. Trombley, and that you depleted the bank account of your family, took checks out, forged checks, ran up bills, forced them into bankruptcy, all because you were doing drugs and staying out, and partying with your friends, etc. Any of that true?
Some of it's true.
What's true?
I do have a past history of drug abuse.
We're not talking about past. We're talking about current.
No, I don't.
What makes you think she has a drug problem?
Oh, I have all kinds of ample evidence to prove that she has a drug problem. Just as of July 18th, I got a call from Burbank Police Department who had just arrested a drug dealer, stating that he had my calling card. I have here 12 pages of the calls that this man made with my calling card. Who is given?
Who is this man?
This man's name is nicknamed Morbid.
You know that person?
Yes, I do.
Well, what does he do for a living?
He deals drugs, right, Jen? He deals drugs.
What does he do for a living?
He doesn't really do much for a living.
He deals drugs. And this is Jen's main drug dealer. This is a man that she went to Mexico with.
While you were married?
What? Last month.
Is that right?
Yes.
Terrific.
My wife disappeared for 3 days on the premise that she was going to look for jobs. At 2 p.m., with no hassle, no fighting, we had made love in the morning. At 2 p.m., she said, I'm on my way to go put some applications in. I did not see my wife for 3 days, at which she had taken both sets of our car keys and left me in the care of our daughter. I have a full-time job. I had to take 3 days off from work. On the third day, risking financial ruin and losing my job, I had to take my 2-year-old daughter to work with me. No calls from my wife.
Does that sound familiar to you, Miss Trombley?
Yes, that's all true. And it was all because I was afraid to come home because he was hitting me.
Afraid to come home, so she takes a vacation with a drug dealer to Tijuana, Mexico.
Mr. Trombley,
Order.
Let me tell you this, sir. Let me tell you this. I read your answer to her complaint. Her complaint is nonsense. I don't know whether you hit her when you got into the house.
I'll explain to you exactly the events preceding that incident.
Your Honor, we have 2 separate police reports for domestic violence.
We have
and a
one
restraining order
police
that was
report.
put on against him.
Was there
for
ever a
my
trial
protection.
on that restraining order?
Yes, there was.
And what happened to it?
And what happened to it?
Today, that case was settled and dropped, plead out.
What do you mean, settle, drop, plead out? What does that mean?
I pleaded no contest to 1 count of battery.
Does that have to do with this incident?
It has to do with the incident where I pushed my wife away from a front door for not taking our personal life into a hallway.
Was that at her friend's house? Just
Yes.
a second.
Yes.
This is the incident at the friend's house.
Yes, let me...
Let me.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll ask you to fill in so that there is some semblance here. According to your answer, she had gone over to her friend Lori's house, right? And this was after she had disappeared for a few days.
No, that's...
She had already disappeared there were periods of time, according to your answer, sir, that she had left you in care to care for your daughter.
Yes.
And you were afraid that when she went to Laurie's house and didn't come home right away, that she was going to do it again.
Well, let me explain a little bit earlier in the evening. It was that very morning that I was late for work. My wife came home at 6:30, where I would have had to have left at 10 of 6 to make it to work. She knows this. We've had many, many fights about it. It's when she showed up with Laurie, I did go like this in anger, not to hit her, but just as a show. I'm this angry. How could you do this to me again? That very night, when I came home from work, Laurie and Jen and Aubrey were there in the house. They said, we're going to take Aubrey out and get some shoes. They left. They came back at, at 7:30 p.m. while I was watching TV. My daughter comes through the front door crying. But my wife did not come through the door. I opened up the front door, and my wife was at the bottom of the stairs and says to me, I'm going to the car for a minute. 5 minutes later, she didn't come back from the car, and the car was gone. It's at that time that I assumed she probably went back over to Laurie's. I drove over there with my daughter, and that's where she was.
Well,
I found that was kind of
if you
peculiar.
weren't screaming your head off.
I wasn't
Mr.
screaming
Trumbley,
at anything.
Mr. Trumbley.
Yes. May I continue?
No. Because while I can smell a drug problem from at least 15 feet away, and she has a drug problem.
Yes, that's true.
Based upon my assessment of her demeanor and based upon the things that she has said to me so far, I have some trouble with your response. And let me tell you why, sir.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I'm just a hard-working guy. I have no record. I've never been expelled from school. I'm nothing but a decent guy that was raised the right way.
And later today,
You
So
came
that
in
means-
with your girlfriend, Christina,
Girlfriend?
who now lives with you,
Well,
who
I'm going to
is-
have him live with
who
me?
is your lover, admit it, okay?
Okay.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Russell Trombley denies his wife Jennifer's allegations of abuse and claims she's guilty of neglecting their daughter.
You have a 2-year-old daughter. You say you know your wife has a current drug problem.
Yes.
If your wife has a current drug problem, I don't care what you have to do, you make sure that your wife is never left in charge of your child. You didn't do that. What you wanted her to do was to be around to take care of your daughter. Just a second. And I don't care if you have to get a babysitter. I don't care if you have to quit your job. I don't care what you have to do. You do not leave a drug user in charge of a 2-year-old baby, and I don't care if the drug user is your wife. Number one. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Number two. According to your answer, sir, you went over to the house, to this Laurie's house, because you didn't want to be in the position again of having to look for somebody to take care of your daughter when you had to go to work the next morning and you had an early morning call. Is that right?
Yes. We've exhausted all of our daycare issues. My wife left our daycare with a $300 bill that we owed them.
Sir.
We had no one else. We have no
Sir,
relatives here.
So let me tell you this. There are many people, unfortunately, in your position whose mate, whether it be a husband or a wife, has a drug addiction problem. You're supposed to try to be supportive of each other if you can, but at that point, there is only one innocent. And that innocent is a child, especially a 2-year-old child that cannot protect herself. So at that point, you can't worry about her anymore. She's got a drug problem and hangs around with Mork or whatever his name is,
Morbid.
Dork. Those are the kind of people that you hang around with if you got a drug problem.
That's all she hangs out with.
Drug dealers.
All drug dealers. That's
Fine.
everybody she knows.
Well, then, sir, if you allow your daughter to hang around with her and to hang around with drug dealers, then you are as guilty of neglect as she is. Do you understand me? In my eyes.
With all due respect, Judge,
Yeah.
these are events that have only come to my knowledge within the last couple of months. All of these things have been hidden and lied about.
Sir, during that time, during that couple of month period, you still left your daughter in your wife's care.
But I was only doing that on the premise that she was over at her friend's house. I didn't know that there was drugs involved at that
Trombley,
night.
you can't have it both ways. We understand each other. You cannot have it both ways.
There was not at any point that I felt my daughter was in danger from
I'm
my
telling
wife.
you that it's not true. What I'm telling you is, if you are mated to a drug user who cavorts with other drug users and abusers and dealers, you are a neglectful parent if you leave a 2-year-old child with her.
I was doing everything I could.
All right.
ma'am.
So, let me get to your cross complaint because I'm going to take care of this nonsense right away. You say that she spent a lot of your family money?
She spent all of our money.
Good. That's what happens. It's a very good idea for you to get out of this marriage, to take charge of your daughter, and to start building a life with her, if that's what you think that you can do. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's
Well-
everything I'm seeking and aiming for. But
Very good.
These are the events that handle our lives every day, though. While I'm trying to litigate this, I am being forced to move out of California, forced to give up my dreams, forced to give up my career.
That's very sad. You made a mistake. That's what happens when people make a
I
mistake.
made a grand mistake, and my pleas,
That's what happens when you make a mistake.
I understand that.
Good.
But understand, Judge, that I have pleaded and begged my wife to get drug counseling, to stop fraternizing with these people.
This case is dismissed. The counterclaim is dismissed. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right.
I want to get as far away from this woman as I can. I believe she's nothing but pure evil and will not help herself. I don't think there's any saving her.
And now the next case.
Parties on Silvas versus Boga. Step forward.
70-year-old Frank Silvas is suing 33-year-old Christina Boger, a woman he says was his lover and bride-to-be. According to Frank, when their plans to move in together fell through, Christina kept his furniture. But Christina says she and Frank were never boyfriend and girlfriend, and the furniture was a gift.
Mr. Silvas, according to your papers, sir, you are a recent widower.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were married to your wife for 45 years?
No, 41.
41 years. Shortly after her death, you met the defendant.
Right. But 18 months after.
And she was selling some sort of electrical
Well, the
bed?
night before I met her, somebody called the house, was looking to make an appointment to sell mattresses. And I told the gentleman, says, I'm not going to buy one. He said, well, we got a new sales person. He didn't tell me it was a male or a female, you know.
Cut to the chase.
Okay.
She came to sell you a new mattress.
Right,
And according to your complaint, sold you a lot more.
right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I slept over there about three or four different times. In fact, we went to Laughlin. First time we went to Laughlin.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 70-year-old Frank Silvas is suing 33-year-old Christina Boger because he claims she kept his furniture when their romance ended.
Over the course of several months,
Almost a year.
you gave her a lot of money.
Right,
According to your papers, gave her loans of over $30,000.
Right.
But you know that you can't get that here.
right.
What you're suing for here is a return of your furniture.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
tell
Your Honor.
me how she came to have your furniture in her possession.
Okay, when her roommate moved out, I was supposed to, move in, see? So, I says, well, we'll take my furniture up there to sell my house. Then she kept putting the dates off, when-
What dates?
that I was supposed to move in. But prior to that, Your Honor, she said she would marry me.
Did you ask her to marry you?
Yes, and she kept putting that off.
Okay. So you asked her to marry you. When did you ask her to marry you?
Before the first of the year, first time.
And what did she say?
She says, I don't know you that good, let's wait a while.
So what happened? The romance is clearly over.
Well, I got evidence right here that really turned me off. She came into my house, took two blank checks and forged them. One for $1,000, one for $350. Then she came back into the house and grabbed those two checks and burned them up. That's what she told me. She burned them. But I got copies from the bank. I got police report on each one
When
of
did
them.
you say she? When do you say she did this?
I didn't find out about it till May, actually, Your Honor, when I got my bank statements.
How come he gave you this money?
Well,
I assume you're going to tell me he gave you the money.
yes, he plays a victim well. He was always there to be very helpful to me, and was there to volunteer anytime I needed something. We started up a business together. This money that he's talking about, that he lent to me, was based on this business we started together, and any money that he gave me was to help me get this business up and going, and he was, in return, got a percentage of this business.
Just a second. Did he get anything in return?
Yes, when he was doing his job.
Just a minute. What did he get in return?
He got a percentage of the business, which was 10%.
How much does that translate to in cash?
About $600-700 in cash.
So he invested thousands and he got $600-700.
Let me explain something though. He stopped doing the business, and ultimately the business fell. It's not even in existence now because he wouldn't give me the information so I can continue to run this business. He kept it.
He gave you a lot of money, madam. I have checks here. A lot of money.
Okay.
A lot.
Your Honor, he's 69 years old. I'm 30. This man's got 45 years on me. He decides to give me money or do what he decides to do. You think he'd have... It's all been his choice. It's all been his choice from the beginning to do these things. Frank did everything...
Did you at any time discuss with him getting married?
No, he discussed it with me.
When for the first time?
He asked me to marry him so many times, I couldn't tell you. It was literally the first time, 60 days after I knew him, was the first time he asked me to marry him.
And what did you say to him?
I said, no, I don't know you well enough. And he's a heavy drinker, and I have a baby, and there's a big age difference. And I told him, I said, no, I think
a big age difference is 40 years. You know, a big age difference is 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. 40 years is a big age difference. Did you ever say to him, no, sir, you're too old and I'm not going to be involved with you romantically?
I never said he was too old. The age difference was a concern, but it was his drinking that was more of a concern to me.
But that didn't stop you from taking money from him.
For the business, we were business partners.
I'm not talking about the business. So far, the business he got a couple $100 from, if I believe you, and he put in thousands according to these checks. And it's not made out to a business. It's made out directly to you, and you cash the checks. It's not made out to a business account. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. But I'm telling you now, don't piddle on my leg and tell me it's raining, madam. I'm too smart for you. Do you understand? Do you understand? If you took money from him because he was prepared to give it to you and you were prepared to take it, that's one thing. He's not suing you for the money. Yet. So don't give me any baloney about business. Business checks, if they're made to a business, they're put in a business name. Your business, I assume, had a name. Right? Mm-hmm. What was the name of the business?
Wilbur Banks and Associates.
So if he was lending money to the business, it would have been business checks, not payable to you.
Okay, when I came to him and discussed certain things with him, he was there to help me. He said, whatever you need, I'm here to help you. I asked him what he wanted in return. He said, just to be close to you, to be your friend. And I said that was fine. He could write me a check, and I could do whatever I wanted with it if he chose to give it to me.
Right, so you used them. Now, let's talk about the furniture.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I want to know if the following things are in your home, madam. Butcher block.
Pardon me?
Show this to her, please. Are those things in your home?
Yes, they are.
Good. Can I have it, please? Court will draft an order that within 3 days of today, all those items will be picked up and returned to Mr. Silvas. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. All of them. And they better be in the same condition that they were when he gave them to you. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, excuse. You may step out.
And on the next...
Party's on Cox versus Tagliavore. Step forward, please.
20-year-old Wendy Cox is suing her uncle, 50-year-old Joseph Tagliavore. Wendy says before her grandmother died, she promised Wendy she could have her 1991 Ford Thunderbird. Joseph says the car should be sold and the money divided equally between him and his siblings.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. All rise. Your Honor, this is number 178 on the calendar in the matter of Cox versus Tagliavore. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Have a seat, please.
Miss Cox, this is your uncle.
Yes.
And who are you?
I'm Joe's wife.
Your grandmother, your mother, passed away.
Yes.
According to your complaint, your grandmother, with whom you enjoyed a lovely relationship, promised you
her vehicle of whichever it may be when she passed away, which is a 91 Thunderbird.
When did she make this promise to you?
This was, she had an 88 Thunderbird, I think it was 88 or 89, which my other aunt had received, and at the time I just turned 16, and she promised me then the white Thunderbird, which went to my aunt who has children and needed a vehicle. So she always promised me that she would leave me her car.
You must have had a hot grandmother. She liked Thunderbirds.
Yeah.
So she passed away recently. According to your complaint, the only signed will makes no mention of that bequest.
No. It was also done in '77.
Could I bring up something, Your Honor?
You, sir, are the executor of the estate.
Yes, according to the signed will, yes.
And is there another will, sir?
Yes. This is a will that we received from a attorney that said that from the discussion I had with my sister, Deborah, which is Wendy's mother, that he had told her that...
Just, you can't tell me all these things. This is all hearsay. You received another will.
Yes.
That is unsigned.
That's the will.
Okay, and this was executed in 1992.
Yes.
All right, so let me understand this. We have a 1977 will which makes no mention, that is signed.
Yes.
And makes no mention of this car bequest. Then you have a 1992 will, which according to the plaintiff does discuss the car.
Yes.
Let me just take a look at it. Mr. Tagliavore, were you satisfied that your mother had, in fact, in 1992, had a change of heart, despite the fact that she didn't sign this will?
Yes, I didn't know it. Yes.
Could you sit down, please? Just sit down. The answer is yes. Evidently there was some dispute that your mother had with somebody else, and she, in fact, changed her will.
Yes.
But did not sign it.
As far as I know.
As far as you know, didn't sign it.
Right.
Is there anything that you know about that I haven't said yet?
Yes.
Go ahead.
In the hospital when my grandmother was dying, my husband, my mother, my uncle Bill, and her other son, and my mother, the executor on the second will, she was telling us that her phone book, bank receipts, her will, stuff for her funeral, everything was in her briefcase. We found everything except for her will, which then in her phone book, in 2 different spots, it is noted, Opendahl, the one that drew up the second will, is her attorney has her will. That's how they found him. This is her phone book.
It says in that, attorney has will.
Has will.
Fine.
And I also have a letter from the attorney saying that he was the one that drew it up, and no, she never signed it, that it was her right to be able to take her copy with her, and it was up to her.
Ms. Cox, so then what I'm saying is accurate. Let's put
Yes.
this in order. We have a signed 1977 will, which you acknowledge does not make any bequest of this car to you. Were you
No.
born in 1977?
I was born in '76.
Okay, so you were a year old. She wouldn't have left you a car.
No.
Later, you both agree that your mother and your grandmother had the intention of changing her will to leave you the car, but she never fully executed the will, which means she did not have it signed and witnessed. That's according to you, madam, because you just told me that in her papers, in her book, it says attorney has the will. And if this is the will that you got from the attorney, it is unsigned, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So here we have the problem.
This is a copy of the will from 1977.
I'll take a look at it. Mr. Tagliavore,
That's where
listen
I got
to me.
the address.
Listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you were very honest with me a moment ago. I assume that you love your mother and you know in your heart that she may have not been good at executing this 1992 will, but that was her intention, that your niece have this car.
My mother spoke to me in '96 in November.
Who are you?
I'm her daughter also. She called me in Kentucky, was calling me, and I brought up my will. She brought up her will. Nothing was ever mentioned. She said, I have 6 kids. If there should be anything left, we divide it equally. Nothing was ever mentioned once. Wendy didn't know. None of us kids knew that this other will existed. Mom never mentioned to not a one of us.
Fine, but it does exist.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I didn't care if I lost the car or not. It was
Come
a
on,
simple.
Wendy, come
you don't
on.
know. You do not know,
I know.
Joy.
You
no,
put
you
us
do not
through
know.
hell.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Wendy Cox says her grandmother promised she could have her Ford Thunderbird after she died. But Wendy's uncle, Joseph Tagliavore, claims his mother's will says all of her possessions are to be divided between him and his siblings.
How much property did your mother leave?
The automobile was it, basically.
If you went to sell, sir, a 1991 Thunderbird, how much do you think you could get for it?
5,000 maybe.
Maybe.
6, maybe. Depending on what kind of shape it was in.
Okay, well, what kind of shape is it in?
It's in very good shape.
Okay,
Low
so let's say,
mileage.
and there are 5 kids?
6.
6 kids. So let's make it easy for this old judge, because I'm not real good in math, as Bird can tell you. So let's say you can sell the car for $6,000. So everybody gets $1,000, right?
Right.
The laws in every jurisdiction require a will to be executed in a certain fashion. So we're talking here about a situation where the law, Miss Cox, in this and practically every jurisdiction in this country requires that a will and any subsequent change of the will be signed and witnessed. Correct? On the other hand, we're talking about whatever is morally right with regard to this car. I believe that you two people know that it was your mother's intention for her granddaughter to have this car, for whatever reason. I'm sure she has a lot of other grandchildren, but that's what she intended, for this car to go to this grandchild.
Well,
We're not talking about a lot of money here, Mr. Tagliavore. We're talking about at most $6,000 or $1,000 per person who would tend to inherit the money. So maybe we can come up with some way of being fair to your mother's wishes and also being fair to you, consistent with this will, which is unsigned.
Your Honor, I also
What?
have a letter from that attorney.
So what? I don't need the attorney. They don't dispute that. Ms. Cox, relax.
Okay, but
Relax. They don't dispute
no,
that this...
I was just wondering if that would be. I know it's not signed. I'm just wondering if he
No,
can't
I
be a
don't read
witness,
letters
can
from
he?
attorneys. If you want a witness here, you have to have a witness here.
Okay.
What I started to say to you is perhaps we can come up with something that is fair, reasonably fair to each side. Would it be fair for Miss Cox to have use of this car until she decides to sell it, and when she decides to sell it, the proceeds of the sale of that car are distributed among the 6 of you? So that in some way, the last wishes of your mother would be honored. Would that be reasonable?
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Well, I'm telling you, sir.
You don't understand the whole story, I don't believe.
Well, I'll listen to the whole story.
This started years ago when my mother first told me. She told me, you make sure that you take care of your brother James, which is on that will.
In 1977.
Long before then.
But
Well, if anything happened to her, she said, you make sure that he gets his share of whatever is left because he will not take care of it himself. The money would mean a lot to him. It doesn't mean anything to me. My sister, nobody else in the family, you know, $1,000, like you say, is not much money.
So
When you
what's
come right
James's
down to it.
problem?
He's like one step from homeless, pretty much.
Is there something physically wrong with him, or does he have an alcohol or a drug problem?
No, he's partially disabled. He lives on state aid and stuff like that.
So he has money from Social Security disability.
Right. Which is not much.
I understand that.
$1,000 to him is a lot of money. And this is a promise I made to my mother. And then when this thing all started, as far as I was concerned, I thought my sister was supposed to be executor of this will, and this was all taken care of. She comes after my mother passes away. All the children come to my house. They say, we want you to take care of this. I told Mom in 1995 I wanted to be taken off as executor of the will. I didn't want to have anything to do with it. This was all news to me. So I agreed to do it. Then we started searching and finding stuff. Now this has turned into a total nightmare, and I'm the bad guy when the only thing I say there that is legally binding is that I have to do what the signed will says to do. Now, this is all the argument. This is all the bull that I have got from my family.
Sure, because
for doing what I was told to do by the law and asked to do by my siblings.
Well, you're right, Mr. Tagliavore. You, unfortunately, are placed in that responsibility because it's not just you, but you have 5 siblings that you have to deal with, too.
Right, and my sister Paula says there's another will that leaves her the car, an orthographic will that she cannot find witnesses to. There's wills floating all over this place, but
listen,
none of them are signed.
There are a lot of wills, but no property.
Right.
You know, a lot of wills, but one old Thunderbird.
And there's nothing but a car.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I did not want to sue him.
Sure you did, Wendy.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You don't know me, Joy. You do not know me. This was the man I thought was my grandfather,
I've seen your
okay?
action.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Wendy Cox is suing her uncle, Joseph Tagliavore, over her grandmother's will.
So I would assume that you cannot speak for your whole family.
Oh, no,
absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. What do you want to say?
It's funny that Mother never said anything to anybody, not even to Wendy or Debbie. Nothing was said till after the funeral. I mean, she didn't say anything.
No. Just a second. Who didn't say anything?
Wendy didn't say nothing. Debbie didn't say nothing. Mom never said nothing.
Listen
she
to
wanted
me,
Wendy to have the car.
Listen to me, madam.
And I talked to her.
Listen to me.
Okay. I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever you want.
It doesn't. Let me tell you why it doesn't matter.
It upsets me.
Let me tell you why it doesn't matter. Very often when somebody is ill, or even before they're ill, when they are distributing their property by way of a will, and they don't want to create bad feeling while they're alive, they don't want one child to be angry with them or another child or a grandchild to be angry with them, they won't discuss what they're leaving in their will because they figure, when I'm dead, it don't make any difference. So they will not tell their children. Do you have children? Mm-hmm. You have children. Would you have felt badly when you spoke to your mother if your mother said to you, I'm leaving Wendy my only possession, my car? You would have been annoyed with your mother.
I wouldn't.
Sure you would have. And your kids and your children would have been annoyed. Why is Grandma just leaving? Is she the favorite? Why is Grandma just leaving Wendy the car and I don't get anything? Does that sound possible to you?
Well, yes, possible, but if it was her wishes. Mom wasn't shy.
You don't, it's not a question of being shy. No. It's a question of not having your kids or your grandchildren annoyed with you while you're here to experience the feeling. Mm-hmm. Once you're gone, you're gone. Miss Cox, you understand you have a problem.
Yeah.
And your problem is that even under the common law, which forms the basis of every law of every jurisdiction, a last will and testament was required to have some sort of a writing, at least signed by the, what we call them, the testator or the testatrix. That means the deceased. The only signed will that exists here that I see is one that was made in 1977. It doesn't make any mention of a car to you. Your uncle is not a bad guy. If he did anything else with this car, but do what it says to do in the original will, which is dispose of all my property equally among my children, he could be sued by the other siblings for a violation of his duties as executor of the will.
Thank you.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's unreasonable. That's unreasonable. I can't permit that to happen. My sense is he would like to do the right thing. But unless all of the siblings together say, you can turn the car over to Wendy because that's what Mom wanted, he can't do that. You understand? What I think is too bad is that if all the siblings understand that this was Mom's request, and all we're talking about really is $1,000 that you were concerned about for James, because that would mean a lot to him, well, maybe Wendy here would say, I'll give James $1,000, give me the car.
My mother, the executor on the second will, which my uncle is not even in.
There's no second will.
No, but
Wendy,
I know. Okay,
there's
I'm
no
just saying.
second will.
All right, but my mom did agree to do that. My mom was willing to give my Uncle James $1,000 to make sure he was taken care of, because she loves her brother. It has nothing to do with the Thunderbird.
This is a very good lesson to
$1,000,
everybody.
This is ridiculous.
It's a very good lesson to everybody. None of us feel that tomorrow is our last day, so we all tend to put off taking care of business, which keeps things orderly and organized in our lives and prevents this kind of thing happening to a family. Usually when these kinds of things happen within a family, when somebody dies, you're talking about a lot of money. It's absolutely outrageous to me that this is doing this to a family when you're talking about a car, which is the only asset that your mother had. So people who don't take care of their business by keeping abreast of what property they have and how they want to dispose of it and making clear dispositions of that property before they die are not doing their families a favor.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
Morally, Wendy, I believe that you are correct that your grandmother wanted you to have this car. Legally, you cannot establish that to me. Moreover, I honestly believe, after speaking to your uncle, that if he had his druthers, he would give you this car. If it was a question of, listen, either the car is mine or it's Wendy's, he would say, you can have the car. He is not in that position. He stands in what we call a fiduciary relationship to his other siblings. He represents them. Unless there is a unity of spirit in that, among those 6 siblings, unless all of them say, give Wendy the car, despite the fact that that's not what your signed will says, he can be sued by them, and it ends up costing him $5,000 or $6,000, probably more with attorney's fees, because he'd have to hire an attorney to defend himself, and you would maybe get the car. So don't blame him. It's not his fault. It's really, unfortunately, your grandmother's fault, because she did not take care of business when she could have in 1992 by signing this will and having a fully executed copy. So this lawsuit is dismissed. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Parties on Robinson versus Castro. Step forward, please.
18-year-old restaurant hostess Dana Robinson claims 32-year-old cook Sergio Castro sexually harassed her at work. Sergio says he was just patting her on the back.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 437 on the calendar in the matter of Robinson versus Castro. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, sir, have a seat, please.
Ms. Robinson, your complaint alleges that you were hired as a cashier in a restaurant that was managed by the defendant, that you were sexually harassed by the defendant in the restaurant, and when you complained about it to the owner, you were fired. Is that what this case is about?
Yes, Your Honor.
When were you hired by this restaurant?
I was hired November 20th, 1997.
And who hired you?
The owner of the restaurant did.
When did you first meet the defendant?
I met him the day that I was hired at the restaurant. I met him that morning. The owner was there. He hired me, and he told me that he wouldn't be there during the afternoon, but Sergio would be there to help me if I needed anything.
And what were your duties in the restaurant?
My duties were to run the register, take phone orders, take the in-store orders, the way you had it set up. When you come in, you place your order, sit down, and your food would be brought to you. I would take those orders. I would if they needed help running the food out, I would do that. Occasionally, I would wait the tables.
Tell me about this first experience that you had with sexual harassment by the defendant.
Okay, well, when I first started, he would come over to me while doing my job and pat me on the back.
Slowly.
Okay, he would pat me on the back. That would excite me a little bit since I had just started.
How would he pat you on the back?
Can I show you my husband? I don't want to be
Who is
charged
this?
or anything. That's my husband.
Stand up, sir. Show me, you could show me on your husband.
Okay, he would just come over to me and pat me on the back and things like that when I was doing a good job, and I didn't think nothing of it. I thought he was trying to boost my ego. And from there, it went to, you're gonna have to stand up again. It went to like just a pat on the butt. It kind of made me feel awkward at that point. Didn't say nothing. It just went from like to a rub on the butt. A lot of times he'd just stand there and just put his arm around and rub my back when I was talking to a customer.
Did you sit down? You were very good.
Thank you.
Did you tell him that made you feel uncomfortable?
I did tell him at one point. I said that I'm just here for business-like environment. That's it. I told him, I said, you are married, I'm married. I have a daughter, you have a daughter. I said, I am in no way, shape, or form attracted to you, nor do I have any feelings for you.
At what point did you say this to him?
This was about 2 days after I worked there. At first, I didn't want to say anything to him, lose my job, so I'd go home several times and tell my husband, look, this is happening at the restaurant. I just told him. He said, well, confront him. Tell him you don't want him to do it. So I told him, and after telling him it didn't do anything, so I called the owner at his home and told him what was going on. He just told me he had never had a complaint on Sergio as long as he'd been open, which was 2 weeks, and that he didn't believe me. He told me, take a couple days off, I'll call you back. Well, I took 2 or 3 days off, never called me back. So I called him at his other restaurant. He owns 3 restaurants. I called him at the big restaurant, and I told him, I said, look, something has got to be done. So I'm feeling very, very insecure working there. And he just told me, I'll talk to him, I'll talk to him, I'll talk to him.
Had you gone into work?
No, after I told him what was going on, I told him, I'm on my way into work right now. I said, okay, so I'm going to go into work. And he said, no, I don't need you. He said, I've got someone else to fill your place for right now. After the second, I hadn't heard anything, and I said I went to the other restaurant. He told me to meet him there. I picked up my paycheck, asked him if he had talked to Sergio. He said, yes, he did. Sergio had no clue what I was talking about. And I do want to bring this to your attention, Your Honor. It's not only me, but 3 other girls. The other 2, at this point, don't want to stand up for ourselves. Our town is so little. My reputation is ruined at this point. So
Why is your reputation ruined?
It's talk constantly. People tell me that I'm just trying to get money out of him, and I've got harassing phone calls from people that I used to work with. At one point, my husband and I decided to go through a divorce because he wanted to say something to Sergio about this. I just told him, look, just let it go, let it go. And as I said, I mean, it's caused me a lot of problems. I have a 7-month-old baby. I can't even support at this point. That social services is trying to take him from me.
Why is social services trying to take your baby?
Because his parents can provide for her better than I can. We're living with his parents right now, and I haven't bought diapers, formula, nothing.
You mean the 2 of you were living with his parents?
We're living with him right now. We had planned to have a house by Christmas, but when I got fired, I didn't have the money to do so.
What kind of job does your husband have?
He works with his dad part-time doing carpentry. So
what does he do with the other part-time?
Stay home. He hasn't been working. I haven't worked since I was fired.
And when were you fired?
I was fired on December 2nd. That was when I told the owner that I wanted to work for the weekend. I said, can I work with you through the weekend? He just told me, he said, no, come and get your paycheck. And when I got there, that's when he didn't actually tell me that I was fired. He told me that he did not need help anymore. This was on December 2nd. But yet I've got a newspaper dated December 3rd, December 10th, and February 4th, where he is dying for help. He says a fast-paced restaurant, pizza person, and a hostess cashier. That was my job. So at least I've got these newspapers if you want to look at those.
I believe you.
So like I said, I mean...
Are you related to the owner of this restaurant, sir?
No, I'm a friend of him.
Friend of his?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me your version of the events after you met the plaintiff?
Okay, well, like she said, I did pat on the back like for a good job. Oh, she's doing good in the beginning. And about the other part, the kitchen's pretty small in the restaurant. It is pretty tight, and she was told a few times to stay away from the kitchen. Just for like accidents, you know. I mean, I handle hot food, whatever, so I turn around, and I had the people right next to me. so I can't avoid touch somebody because I can see on my back. I just turn around and person right there.
Right. So what you're saying to me is that maybe you couldn't avoid touching her because it was so small in the kitchen.
If I did touch, it was an accident. There's no meaning on it.
Now, you see, Mr. Castro, you have to start to think logically. Miss Robinson needed a job, right?
Yeah.
She came to work on time?
She did.
And she didn't leave early?
No.
And she didn't call in sick?
No.
So she was, in that way, a responsible employee.
The thing is, we never tell her we don't need you anymore. All right? We never tell her she was fired, and we tell her that she...
You just didn't give her hours?
Well, we cut her hours in order to try somebody else. Because we couldn't try somebody else when she's working.
Your Honor, my hours were cut from 40 hours to nothing.
Who were you?
I worked there.
And,
just a second.
She worked with us, and she can tell you
Nobody
how...
ever had 40 hours there. Sorry.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
So you saw somebody touch your wife's behind, and you didn't say anything.
It kind of got underneath my skin, but I'm just not much of a talker.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Restaurant hostess Dana Robinson complained about the cook Sergio Castro touching her. She says she was then asked not to return to work. Now she's suing for sexual harassment.
She needed the job. She has a child to support. So she was uncomfortable, and she called your boss. And you acknowledge that she called the owner, correct?
The owner told me that, and...
Good.
That she called.
That she called and complained.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I talked to her.
You're Beth?
I'm Beth.
Well, step up here for a second. Now, Beth, when were you hired by this restaurant?
At its inception.
So about 2 weeks before she started?
More than likely. I don't remember exactly how long I'd been there when Dana started.
Couple of weeks.
I do remember the first night that Dana worked there. And
just a second, I'm not finished with my question. What was your job?
My job is also to run the register. So when we have one behind the register, the other one could be on the floor if there were two of us. But there's really only, at this time of year, room for one person there. It's not that busy right now. However, is trying to find people who he can trust, who get along well with his other
Don't tell me what he's
workers.
trying to do.
That's all. That's why he doesn't give anyone 40 hours.
All right. Now,
She never gave 40 hours anyway.
she got 40 hours. How many hours did you work when you were there?
38.5 hours the first week that I worked there, and I talked to the owner's wife, and she said that was written on my check, was 38.8 hours.
Now, how were you hired for this job, Beth?
Well, I worked with a restaurant that is, well, the area we live in is really seasonal. I started the day that another restaurant opened down the road in Glenville.
Who
and
did you
I worked
know?
until it closed.
Who did you know to
I know.
get this?
I've known him for years.
Okay, and that's why you were hired?
Partly.
Okay.
A lot of people know the owner.
Did you know the owner?
Yes, I had a seasonal job at a country club, and he come down there to help us one day. I worked in the kitchen there with all men, never had a problem with sexual harassment. And I told him at that point, I said, look, season's almost over, I need a job. He said, come talk to me. He's like, you know, I'll work you. He said, you do such a great job down here.
You all keep saying seasonal jobs. What kind of seasonal job is this? Is this a
It is
resort
spring,
community?
summer, and fall. It's like
In the
a
winter,
small
it's-
town on the mountains in North Carolina. A lot of people come from the season, and it's nice up there.
Your Honor, where we're from, you've got one Hardee's in town, okay? Who's trying to do fast food in a town that is used to sit down.
Fast food
is
is
good food.
Listen to me. Fast food is not what she's complaining about. She's complaining about fast hands.
But nobody...
Right? She's complaining about fast hands. And, Mr. Castro, you see, one of the things you acknowledge is that you sort of gave her a pat rub on the
shoulder,
back.
whatever.
Listen to me. You're not supposed to put your hands on anybody. But if I believe you, then what you're telling me is she was doing a good job.
She was doing
And all of a
the only
sudden, she
thing
got
is
her
like-
hours cut to nothing.
She didn't follow the rules. Don't go behind
No,
the line.
baloney.
No,
Come
it's
on.
not baloney. She keep going on there. The line is...
No,
Do you
just
want
a
to look
second.
at the
She
picture?
keep-
The really small kitchen.
A really
there's no
small
room.
kitchen. I don't have to see the really small kitchen.
Well, I'm saying there's
When
no
did
room
you
to
tell
go
her,
back.
Mr. Castro, when did you tell her that she was violating the rules by going into the kitchen?
We told her a few times.
No.
Don't go
When
in the
did not
kitchen.
we? When did you tell her
Sometime in December, I don't remember.
Did he ever tell you not to?
I was fired the 2nd of December. How could he tell me sometime in December?
So,
my last day of working was after Thanksgiving.
Miss Robinson, listen to me.
All right.
Did he ever say to you, you're violating the rules by going into the kitchen?
Once he did tell me, he said, look, we're busy in the kitchen. You need to go back to where you were. And that was it.
Okay, and when did he tell you that?
This was maybe my 3rd or 4th day working there.
Okay.
What she could be doing?
And, Mr. Castro, certain things have a ring of truth to it, sir. Now, I'm not suggesting that there was anything more than what you might refer to as playful patting.
In the shoulder. And she never mentioned anything to me.
No. She did not complain to the boss because you were patting her on the shoulder like this and saying, great job. That's not what she was complaining about. She was offended enough to call the owner in a restaurant where she needed a job. There aren't lots of jobs in that community, so she's taken a certain risk by calling the owner and saying, I'm having trouble at this job. Tell him to keep his hands to himself. Is that pretty much what you told him? Have you ever done that before in the 3 years that you've been working?
She said she liked it when he did that at first. And it was this, but I can't imagine him doing
Just a second. Hey.
It made her feel good.
Just a second. I'm not talking to you.
All right, that's fine.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Did you ever tell Beth that he had touched you?
I didn't talk to Beth much for the simple fact, Beth,
No,
the
just
owner.
answer my question.
No, I didn't talk to Beth much because they...
So you never complained to her about this?
Never complained to her about it. I did complain to her about her trying to do my job.
That's not what I asked you.
That, but as
It's
far
not
as
what I asked you.
complaining about Sergio touching me, no. I never talked to her about that.
So the answer is no.
That's what I said, no.
Good. No, you said it and it took too long for you to say it. I got other things to do today.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
He gave her a pat, sir.
Yeah, you can see
Yes,
that part
you
of the
did.
shoulder.
No.
Yeah,
Shoulder.
but she
Shoulder. I'm
never
going to give
said
you an
anything.
anatomy class, Mr.
She
Castro.
never say anything.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 18-year-old Dana Robinson says 32-year-old Sergio Castro sexually harassed her. He says he was just patting her on the back.
You know, it doesn't sound to me as if, Miss Robinson, you are a shrinking violet. You know, you pretty assertive.
My husband is also a witness as to seeing what went on with that.
With what?
With when he patted me on the butt. He was working there at that time, and he did see it.
Did you see it?
Yes, ma'am. I did see it.
Look at my eyes.
I'm sorry. He said that he told her to stay out of the kitchen area. When things calmed down in the restaurant, I noticed numerous times that when somebody
Is your last name Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
You stood up here so that I could ask you a question, so that you could give testimony with regard to what you saw with regard to any unlawful touching.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now answer that question. Did you ever, look at my eyes, see him touch your wife?
Yes.
When?
When she was working there.
Tell me about it.
He plays it off. He uses his patting on the back and then the rubbing thing.
Tell me what you saw.
I seen him pat her on the back. He slid his hand down and patted her on the butt.
When did you see that?
I'm not sure what day it was. I'm not very good when it comes to keeping up with dates.
And what happened? Just a second. Just a second. And where were you when you saw that?
I was out in like the dining room area.
And exactly, you saw him pat her on the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And show me what you saw on her.
I seen him. It was basically
Turn
more
around,
like
please, I can't
It
see.
was basically more of like a rub than a pat.
Yeah.
He just done this and then it just done this.
Right. And then what did you do?
Can I say something?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I didn't say nothing.
You didn't say anything?
No, it kind of got underneath my skin, but I'm just not much of a talker.
You can say what he's
Shut
lying.
up! So you saw somebody touch your wife's behind, and you didn't say anything. And what did your wife say to you?
She asked me if I seen it, and I said no. I told her no.
Why did you say no?
I just really didn't want to get in it at the time because, I mean, she'd been coming to me earlier telling me about it, and I was just like, well, you know, don't say nothing about it. Don't say nothing about it. Just keep doing your job.
Well, didn't you want to deck him when you saw him touch your wife?
I didn't want to get in trouble. I mean, I've had some problems, and I've been in trouble before, and it's just, I can't do anything else to get in any more trouble.
Sit down.
Can I say
He
something?
certainly knows Sir Galahad, your husband.
No, it's not that I'll be truthful with you. He's on probation right now for violence. And if he violates his probation, it's 120 days in jail. He told me that if he was to hit Sergio,
I didn't ask him whether he should deck him. I said, did he want to deck him? But certainly not only didn't he confront him about it, when you asked him, did you see that? He said no.
He just told me that I was a big girl, I could handle myself.
Yeah, he said no
What a
because that's a
prince.
lie. I didn't touch her, and he can't see anything because the counter is that high.
Mr. Castro.
And I didn't touch her. I mean,
Mr.
from
Castro.
the dining room,
Mr. Castro.
you can see nothing on the kitchen.
Mr.
I mean,
Castro.
I never touched her anyway.
He gave her a pat, sir.
Yeah, you can see
Yes,
the part
you
on the
did.
shoulder.
No, shoulder.
But
Shoulder.
she
We're
never
going to give
said
you an
anything.
anatomy class, Mr.
She
Castro.
never say anything.
She did say something, Mr. Castro. She did say something. She called the owner of the place. You think that this lady, listen.
She never mentioned nothing to me, and when I asked her, she said she denied calling
Yeah,
the
right.
owner for that.
Now, listen. No job is a guarantee, Miss Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
No job is a guarantee. And this wasn't a job that was paying you 50 grand a year, right?
No.
Okay. And you haven't worked since?
Mhm.
I don't know why you haven't worked since.
At this point, like I said, my reputation is gone. I've had people
I don't know
from
why
his
your
restaurant-
reputation is gone.
I've had people from his restaurant calling me, saying
Actually,
things.
nobody called from the restaurant.
I'm not allowed to mention the girl's name, but the girl had quit there on her own because of Sergio also. It started
Excuse me,
with
the girl that she's mentioning, she's hired.
She's back.
She went back because she asked me for a job, and she's back. And she told me that she asked her to come here with her.
Shh. Listen.
And she said no.
Enough
because
already.
That's not a lie. Because
Listen.
that's a lie.
Sometimes you have to.
The other girl that she's mentioning, she denied it because she asked her to do it, and she said no. So that's a lie.
I'm going to give you one more second.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
Judges have to make decisions based on common sense. Now, the common sense of this situation is that Miss Robinson needed a job. She needed a job desperately because she had. Am I talking?
Yeah.
She had a job. She had a job that she wanted to keep. She had family to support, and she had Prince Charming over here who certainly was not providing a lot. And by the way of support, moral
couldn't keep
support. You see my mouth moving?
We tried to help.
You
her,
see my mouth?
giving
You
the
see my
husband
mouth moving?
Giving the husband a job, and he
Judgment
couldn't
in this
do it.
case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
I don't have anything personal against Dana at all, but I just know that Sergio himself would never intentionally touch her with the intent of any kind of hormonal stuff.
I have calls from people that work at his restaurant, which the girl he was saying is hired back, telling me I...
Parties on Toth Paul versus Kay Francis. Step forward, please.
Jennifer and Peter Tothfall say that 7 weeks after adopting their newborn baby, the birth mother, 36-year-old Debbie Kay, changed her mind and took her daughter back. The Tothfalls say they were heartbroken and devastated after losing the child they grew to love as their own. They're suing to recoup adoption costs from Debbie Kay and her boyfriend, Phil Francis.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 311 on the calendar, the matter of Toth Paul versus Kay Francis. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. and Mrs. Tothpaul, I've read your complaint, and I am most sympathetic because, as an old family court judge, this is not the first time that I've seen a failed adoption. According to your papers, you and your husband wish to adopt a child, and you were put in touch with the defendants, who, for reasons which I'm sure they will tell me, were prepared to relinquish the baby that the defendant was carrying to you, and you agreed to pay certain of her expenses for the last trimester of her pregnancy. So far, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct? You did, in fact, make those payments. They were $1,500 a month to cover your expenses, medical bills, rent, whatever, during the course of the last trimester. And then the baby was born, a little girl, I believe, correct?
Right.
So you want to tell me what happened?
Well, we had entered into an adoption plan, as you've said. She was born. We were present at the birth. I was present at the birth with my mother. I assisted in the birth. And
in the delivery room?
In the delivery room, yes. The next day, we came back to pick up the baby to take her home. We met with the social workers, and they agreed to sign a placement agreement, which they signed. We took the baby home, and we had her in our home for 7 weeks. We have 2 children of our own. We're very grateful that we have them. We feel very fortunate.
How old are they?
9 and 7. We bonded with the baby for 7 weeks.
Had you been trying to have a third child?
No. 5 years ago, I had uterine cancer and a hysterectomy, so I'm no longer able to have any more children. But we wanted to open our home up again to another child. We had always wanted to have more children, and this was just something we wanted to do, and which is why we chose adoption. We originally got involved in a surrogate program, but just got discouraged due to the success rate, and also because I had a lot of chemotherapy, and we didn't know the effect of the medication on my body, so we decided to adopt instead. And we, anyway, we had her for 7 weeks, and then they took her back. They took our baby back. I have photographs to show you. We bonded with her, we had her, and we were very devastated.
When did you know that there was difficulty?
We didn't know until she was born August 11th. We didn't know until mid-September.
What happened in mid-September?
We had a call from our attorney handling the adoption that apparently Debbie had sent them a letter stating that she was interested in possibly getting the baby back, but didn't say in so many words that she wanted the baby back. Basically beat around the bush. And he told us about this letter. We have never seen a copy of the letter. That was mid-September, and on September 30th, the morning of September 30th, I needed to bring her back.
How did that come about?
Well, there was a lot of talk for the tail end of the last 2 weeks of September. Phone conversations I was having between the social worker who was handling our case, phone conversations between myself and the attorney. She never really came out and told anybody she wanted the baby back. She never called me until the end of September, the 29th of September, was when I received a personal call from the birth mother stating that she wanted her back. And she said to me that she would like to meet me at a location, and she was going to call the attorney's office and let them know, make them aware of the fact that this is what was going to be happening. I was completely devastated. I was breaking down on the telephone. This wasn't, I mean, we had bonded with this baby. We had grown to love her. Our children had grown to love her. It wasn't as if she changed her mind, you know, the day that she was born. This baby was becoming attached to us. She was developing a personality. We were bonding with her.
There were some legal documents that had to be signed after the placement agreement, because that's what usually happens,
right.
And that's what we call a surrender document. You're familiar with that?
The only papers they told me that I needed to sign, if I wanted to, was to waive my rights for the 90 days.
That's what I'm talking about. And you did not sign those.
Right.
Am I correct?
Is this the waiver? You're talking about the waiver?
I'm talking
Yes.
about the waiver.
Right. No, I never signed those.
But you were asked to sign the waiver.
I was asked to sign those many times.
Many times. Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
She had also agreed to sign it in the hospital.
Are you two married?
No.
Your Honor.
But you live together?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you been living together?
5 years.
Yeah.
We have a 4-year-old together.
And how many other children do you have?
We have 4, besides the baby. We have 5.
And what made you decide that you thought it was in the child's best interest, since I assume that that was your motivation, to place this child for adoption?
Neither one of us was working at the time, Your Honor.
We were just having a really bad time, and we neither one had a job, and
We just thought it would be the best for the baby.
because we couldn't provide really well for our own children and this one, and it was just very, hard.
It
was a very
difficult
hard decision. It wasn't something that was easy. It was heartbreaking. It was very hard.
I'm sure it was. But you decided to do it.
Right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
2 days after the baby was born, we received a call from our attorney's office stating that they wanted $720 in lieu of an epidural so they could take their other children to Disneyland
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Heartbroken parents, Jennifer and Peter Tothpaul, are suing Debbie Kay, the birth mother of the baby they adopted. The Tothpauls say 7 weeks after they took the newborn home, Debbie and her boyfriend Phil changed their minds and demanded their child back. They're suing to recoup adoption costs.
So let's get to the reason you changed your mind and when you did.
There was just many reasons. There was many reasons because, well, one reason is because I wanted her. You know, it was devastating for me to give her up. You know, when your baby's born, you cry because you're happy. I cried because I was just
I cried because I had to give her away.
Right, and it was very hard. And
when, for the first time, did you make the decision that you were going to ask for her back?
It was about a month later. I had...
When? She was born in?
August.
August? And when did you decide to ask? When, in your mind, did you say, I'm going to ask for her back?
I can't tell you an exact date. I mean, I was going through so much, you know, it's just... In September, I had talked to the agency weeks before, and they never told them anything.
That's
you know,
because
kept
you told
calling.
them not to tell us.
I did not tell them.
No, don't talk to each other.
I had talked to a social worker.
Did you have misgivings right after the baby was born in August about whether you were going to go through with this adoption?
No.
Was it a week later? Was it 2 weeks later?
It was about, I don't know, 4 weeks later. There was a lot of things that led up to it, you know, is that we had to go through so many things.
Like what?
Like, we sent all our kids away because we kept it a secret. And that was very, very emotional because I kept hidden. I didn't tell very many people. And just different things. It was just really hard. And they had told us things that, like, he wasn't even present for the birth. And I felt like, you know, she wasn't as important as their own children.
That's not the reason, Debbie, that you changed your mind.
No, that's not the only reason. It was just different things. I was just unsure about what was going on. And I felt, when I talked to everybody at the agencies and the lawyers and everything, they made me feel like I was, you know, less important, or I just felt less significant, you know, and it wasn't as important for them to send me the papers. They made me feel like I was selling her. And that wasn't my intentions at all.
When, for the first time, were you asked to sign the waiver? In the hospital?
Yes.
And you decided not to sign the waiver in the hospital. Can you tell me why? He did.
No, there was something that was said, like we were going to go out a couple weeks later for lunch or something and sign this paper, this waiver.
You mean you weren't asked to sign the waiver in the hospital?
Yeah, we were.
Sure you were.
Yeah, and we declined it then.
Right. My question to you is, why did you say no, sir, in the hospital?
In case she wanted to get the baby back, because I was fully supporting her in whatever she wanted to do.
So even in the hospital, you weren't sure that you were going to go through with this adoption. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not telling you that at all.
But what you just said to me suggests that that was true, because if at that moment of the child's birth you were totally committed to this adoption, then you would have signed the waiver at the time. Don't speak to him. I understand that you can have a change of heart. My point is, these people are suing for nothing else other than, at this point, $4,500, which is what they gave to you in support for the 3 months that they agreed to. I mean, they can't be compensated for their heartbreak. That doesn't necessarily make you the bad guys, because you're entitled to have a change of heart. That's what the law provides. But my question is, when was the point in time when you had this change of heart? If you were committed to the adoption without reservation, you would have signed the waiver in the hospital at the time that they took the baby home.
We couldn't. We had to do it after. We had to go to this in LA somewhere. That's what we were told.
Because he wasn't there to sign something.
He doesn't have to be there to sign. You have to be there to sign. The waiver is something you have to do.
But they told me I could not sign this in the hospital.
They asked you to do it immediately thereafter, and you put them off.
No, I was going to do it. I had told him I would. And you know that I told him I would.
You never did it. Did you go away on vacation?
I was going to go away, and I never was able to go.
But you told them you were going away on vacation.
Right.
Whether you went or not, you said you couldn't sign the papers. You'll sign them when you come home from vacation, correct?
Right.
So that's
They called me 3 days after the baby was born. They called me 3 days. I didn't want to talk about this. I didn't want to deal with it. You know, it was...
Debbie, I'm
But
not
I did not
faulting
tell
you
them.
for changing your mind, Debbie. I want you to understand that. The law builds that in. But if what you're telling me is 3 days after the baby was born, when the baby is already with the new parents, you're called and said, would you come in so we can sign the papers?
That's not what they didn't call me to say that. They just called me to tell me that he hadn't signed his part of the papers yet, and just to let me know what was going on. That was the only time I ever heard from anybody.
No, that's not true. You knew you had to sign the waiver. Come on,
Right,
Debbie.
that's not what they said, but they
you
weren't
knew
telling me to do it then.
You
That's-
knew you had to sign the
Right.
waiver, and you kept putting it off.
And we had 90 days to do
They
it.
didn't tell me I had to sign
I
it.
know
They
you
said-
had 90 days to do it, sir. I mean,
Right.
are we understanding each other?
Yeah, totally. I'm not disputing anything. I'm just saying.
You had 90 days. Of course you have 90 days to do it. The idea is if you're committed to doing it,
Right.
then you do it at the earliest possible time, right?
Right.
And you two folks didn't do that because you had misgivings as to whether you were absolutely positive that you wanted to do it. Is that true?
No.
I don't
it's
believe
not.
you.
If
I
it-
don't believe that. I don't believe that because otherwise you would have done it. And the bottom line is, you did in fact say, I'm not signing the papers, I want the baby back. I'm not faulting you for wanting your baby back. I'm faulting you for taking their payments in September.
And you know,
I'm faulting you for that.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You know what? She sent her sister to pick up the baby.
I had just started a brand new job. I couldn't just leave.
Talking about your daughter.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jennifer and Peter Tothpaul are suing Debbie Kay, the birth mother of their adopted baby, after she demanded they return her child. The heartbroken Tothpauls are suing to recover the cost of the adoption.
You took the money in September, even though you had misgivings. That's not fair, because that also says to them, everything is going the way it should be going. We can fall in love with this baby. That's not fair. And what I'm suggesting to you is, they're not the bad guys here. You're not bad either. But you didn't play it 100% straight with them. And it's a shame.
you know, when I talked to her, and I hadn't even made up my mind then, she was very, very mean. She says, I am not a babysitter, and I'm going to call Child Protection Services.
Well, for
And
once-
then, and I hadn't even said anything yet.
Sure,
and
she knew.
after she said, do you want to come to my house and see our home and everything? And I agreed. But that kept going through my mind. How could she be so mean? She's going to call the Child Protection Service on this baby. Well, she's hurting the baby. And then when we did change our mind, and they made it very, very hard for us to get the baby.
You would too. If the circumstances were different, Debbie, you would too.
No. She dropped her off. She didn't even tell me what kind of formula she was drinking. She dropped her off in just a diaper and a T-shirt, which, you know what? I didn't even know what kind of formula she was drinking.
Why didn't you ask?
She wasn't there.
Just why didn't you ask the social worker?
The social worker wasn't there either. The social worker was on vacation. The lawyer was the one that was giving us a hard time. He wouldn't even let the father pick her up. He's the one that told us they were going to call child. They made us feel like we were evil, and it was
In
nothing.
their minds, Debbie, you were evil. First, they hear that you're unable to take care of this infant because you have too many other kids that have to be taken care of. You have no jobs. You have no way of supporting this baby. And so that two people, the two of you, who look like two able-bodied people, had to accept $4,500, $1,500 a month to pay your rent and your food and whatever other expenses you had just to keep you for the last trimester of this baby's birth. And then, after 7 weeks, you say, well, now I want her back. Were you
7
both
weeks
working? Were you
7
both
weeks.
working at the time you got her back?
I had just started working.
When you got her back. So who was going to take care of the baby?
I had a babysitter.
You know what? She sent
Come
her
on.
sister to pick up the baby.
That's right, because I just
She
started
was at
working.
work.
I had just started a brand new job. I couldn't just leave.
Talking about your daughter.
And we'd already agreed on this the night before, and she knew the whole situation.
She doesn't know the whole situation, Debbie. You just
no. I told her that
you're not being fair. You can't say that these folks did anything wrong.
I didn't say they were doing anything wrong.
Okay.
Can I mention something else?
Sure.
In lieu of receiving an epidural in the hospital, they wanted money in exchange for that.
But I didn't come up with that.
Please.
Don't speak.
They wanted money in exchange for that. That didn't come from us. We wouldn't make such a suggestion. I told her I wanted her to be comfortable, and we would talk about that after the fact. 2 days after the baby was born, we received a call from our attorney's office stating that they wanted $720 in lieu of an epidural so they could take their other children to Disneyland in San Diego.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I know you're heartbroken. Fortunately for you, you can be heartbroken and look at your 2 kids when you go home.
Right.
You know that.
I'm very grateful for my children. I'm
I'm
very
sure
fortunate.
I'm sure you know other people who have been through the adoption process and the adoptions have failed that don't have the 2 gifts that you do at home
That's
to go home
right.
and look at. It doesn't make it any easier. Tough lesson, but you understand how hurt they are. All right, the issue is not a difficult one, especially since I believe that you understand it is your moral responsibility to return this money. You had an agreement with the plaintiffs that that they would, in fact, take care of you for 3 months of your pregnancy, and you would allow them to adopt your baby. You did not allow them to adopt your baby, and therefore, they're entitled to their money back. So judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $4,500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next...
versus Hotline Elbring. Step forward, please.
65-year-old S.B. Haya is suing Life Partners founders Bill Elbring and Judy Hartline for a refund, plus pain and suffering after attending their sensual therapy seminar.
Order. All rise. Quiet, please. Now, this is case number 341 on the calendar in the matter of Haya versus Hartline Elbring. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Sir? Sir, have a seat.
Mrs. Haya, from what I gather from your complaint, you were given a gift by your children of a 3-day seminar.
3.5 days.
To sort of get in touch with all your feelings, to understand whatever difficulties you had with your children historically, to try to work out your problems, whatever problems you were having with your kids. And the defendants ran that seminar.
Actually, they were in the back. They were not running the seminar.
They own the seminar. That's why you're suing them, correct? Right. And you say that you stayed for the seminar the 3 or 3.5 days, but it was a terrible experience. You want your money back. It wasn't your money, it was your kids' money. And you want another $4,300 for pain and suffering. Right?
Right.
Who are you, sir?
This is my husband.
Okay, and who are you?
I'm the son.
You're one of the 3 children.
Yes.
Okay. You don't want your money back?
No.
All right, so why don't you tell me about this seminar and what prompted you to go in the first place?
Well, it started with my daughter. She called me up about in late May, and she said, I want to tell you about it. I want you to come. I said, I don't want to come. And the minute she heard I don't want to come, she slammed the telephone on me. And
had you been having difficulty with your daughter?
Well, she was a little bit difficult.
How old is she?
She's 34. And the next time she called me up, she said, I want to enroll you in this. I said, Tammy, I don't want to enroll because I don't really need it. She said, no, I want you to enroll, and I want you to call up Judy and Bill. It was like an order. Otherwise, hell broke loose. You know, and you have to do it. There's no such...
So you did it?
I did it, you know.
So you went to the seminar?
So I went to the seminar.
Who paid for the seminar?
My children.
And did the children go with you?
She said she's going to be there to support me, which she did not support me.
Just a second. Did any of your children go with you for the 3 days?
She was in the back.
Your daughter?
My daughter.
So she did go to the seminar?
But I had no relationship with her.
But she was there?
She was in the back.
She was in the back. Now tell me what the problems were that you say you had at the seminar.
I experienced a very, very difficult, for 3.5 days. It was from 10 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock at night. And at 12 o'clock at night, he tells you the pervert that's running this. He tells you, get your notebooks out and take homework. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, you have to go home. I am sick. I can't stand on my feet. I am not a woman that can take such pressure like this. 14 hours
Ms.
from
Hayer,
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock at night.
Why didn't you leave?
Why didn't I leave? Because I'm supposed to be there. I am programmed. I was brought up in the Middle East, in Iraq, Baghdad. As a Jewish woman, I couldn't say no to anything. I'm there. I had to do it, regardless of what my children wanted me. So I had to endure all the hardship that I had. From 10 o'clock till 12 o'clock at night, with 20 minutes of lunch, only 20 minutes. And then when Rocky music starts, God help us if we don't sit on the chair. We have to sit like this. Excuse me, we have to sit like this. You can't sit like this, you can't sit like that. She comes and she says, you have to go like this. I mean, like this, you know, all day long. My feet swells up from being sitting so long, all day long. You know, 12 o'clock at night, I go home at 1 o'clock, I have to do homework.
What kind of homework were you given?
Oh, the different things. 50 words of this, 50 sentences of this. I said, what, are they crazy? You know, 20 minutes for lunch. One time I was sitting, I had the food in my mouth when Rocky music starts.
What's Rocky music? You mean a certain
Rocky? The Sylvester Stallone, the music.
Rocky music.
That's right.
So the
minute Rocky music starts, you have to be sitting. Otherwise, God help you. The pervert all day long, he tells you about what is your sexual habits, what do you do for masturbation, what is this, you know, what is this, what kind of questions?
How many people were there?
We were 22 people and 20 in the back, something like that.
Okay, so 22 people, and then there were children
I need
or
some
mates?
water because I am very thirsty.
Okay, we'll wait.
Excuse me.
Purge, you want to help her with that before it ends up on the floor?
This is hell. Excuse me, Judge Judy. This was hell. They were supposed to bring us together. They broke all ties with my children.
Well, let's get to that. What happened with your daughter?
I didn't see her. I didn't see her in the morning. I didn't see her.
When it was over?
All I saw her going back and forth and giving the pervert some water to drink.
Okay. All right.
They destroyed me, and they destroyed my children, my son.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I had to raise my hands to go to the bathroom, and I was told, this is not the time to go to the bathroom.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 65-year-old S.B. Haya says she endured pain and suffering during a sensual therapy seminar arranged by Bill Elbring and Judy Hartline. She's suing for a refund.
You went to the seminar too? At
Before.
some point?
Yes.
Before your mother?
Before.
Yeah.
Step up. Well, just 1 second. I have a couple of questions for you. How much before your mother went to the seminar did you go?
About 2 years prior.
And who did you go with?
I went with my girlfriend at the time.
You were having some problems that you felt you had to work out?
No, not. I just thought that it was something that would. It was a personal growth seminar, and I wanted to discover more about myself. And
did you support your mother going?
Well, I enrolled my sister into the workshop, and she had such a great experience when she came out. She asked my mom to go, and when she said to me that I'd like Mom to go through it, are you willing to pay half for it? And I said, yes. I think it's kind of a lost cause
Why is that? Tell me your first name.
Eric.
Eric. There are 3 children.
Yes.
You, your sister, and there was another brother or sister?
Right, Bob. Brother Bob.
And what I gather is that as adults, you find your mother difficult.
Yeah, very difficult.
What about your dad?
He's a sweet man. He's,
But you find
he's difficult too. He's a very stubborn man, but he's a sweet man.
So you were all trying, all 3 adult children were going to try to get to your mother.
Yeah. Try to help the relationship.
It didn't work.
No.
But you gave it a try. How much was the seminar?
$700.
All right, Eric. Do
Your
you
Honor,
remember?
when you, as a witness, I would like to add something.
Certainly, sir.
Eric is a very intelligent boy, and all my children are very congenial. Up to 4 years ago, we had a very nice relationship. We fly from Florida to California. We spend in their house. They come to us. They spend in our house. To get closer to them, my wife bought an apartment. As a result of this seminar, we sold it now. We don't want to be there. You asked Eric if he went. He did not go once or twice. These seminars are geared to continue and continue and continue, and it never ends. And they are coerced to recruit more and more. He made me go, and the seminar that I went to, the things that happened there is mind-boggling, and maybe I should not go into it. It seems to me this is a cult because they follow American native traditions, and they bring 7 burning stones to tell us these are sacred fathers of ours, and they make us parade naked. At night, I had my eyes tied, and I had to hold on to 30 other naked men to walk in outside. We don't know whether we are going to go. Then,
does that sound familiar to you?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
So listen.
Then
we went. Does that sound familiar? Does that happen? Just answer me yes or no. Does that happen?
One of the seminars that we brokered, I think he experienced that.
Your Honor, we went into a room.
Sir, let me ask you this question.
About that.
I'll ask you the same question I asked your wife.
Go ahead.
If somebody said to me, get naked, right, and go around touching 30 other people over 7 hot stones, I would ask them what it was that they were smoking. Do you understand? I would get my hat and coat and be out of there before Bird could blink his eyes.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
He enjoys listening to sexual habits of people. That's all, and he's thriving on it, and that's all he does.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Life Partners founders Bill Elbring and Judy Hartline say they don't owe a refund to SB Haya for a sensual therapy seminar because her daughter gave it to her as a gift.
What I want to know is, you seem like an intelligent, sweet man. Put your hand down, madam. Why in the world would an intelligent man like you, at your age, parade around naked in front of 30 other people?
Your Honor, if I had my children coerce me to a degree that if I do not follow, and B, this is ongoing for 3 years, they were after me. And I wanted to put an end to that. So I acquiesced and agreed.
Did you stay or did you leave?
I had to stay.
Sit down, sir.
Thank you.
All right. You want to tell me something? You're seminar brokers. What does that mean?
We search for the finest personal growth workshops on the planet. We identify them, we do them, and we recommend them to people, the ones that we've found to be most valuable.
You're in the merchandising business of service workshops. That's what I'm gathering from you, sir. People who want to do these workshops, whatever they are, come to you and say, this is what I got. Sell it. Is that right?
The other way around. We go find the ones that do good work.
Whatever. Whatever. Either you go and look for them, or they find you, you put together the package and then sell them, correct?
Yes.
All right. You want to tell me anything before I make a decision in this case? It's not a very difficult case.
I'm just sad to be here. I am sorry that this did not work for the Hayas. I'm very proud of what we do. We have thousands of people who have been well served, and I really do not understand what didn't work for them, but that's their deal.
Whatever didn't work for them, it didn't work for them. Mr. Haya, why don't you stand up with your wife, sir? Anything else you want to tell me, Eric?
I'm just very sad it didn't work out, too. It was an attempt to bring our family together. There's one thing that was not correctly stated is that my father said that we had a great relationship prior to 3 years. We never had a great relationship.
You and your father, or you and your parents?
Me and my parents. But, yeah, there was never a smooth relationship since the day I was born.
Why?
Why?
Yeah. Were they overbearing? Were they uncaring?
No, they were good parents physically. They knew zero about emotional needs. And my attempt was to say, it's time for the parents to let go and really be with the children, because it's time, you know, we don't have that much time left on this planet. And if we could just, if you can know who I really am about what I am, that's all I want. And I'd like to also know what you're about, too. It's not really juicy life to me anymore. So,
Eric, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, but you're missing something.
Yeah.
These two people were brought up in a time, they clearly were not born here.
Yeah.
They were born in a place where they probably had to struggle a little bit in order to physically survive.
True.
Is that right?
True.
And people of this generation who were brought up to physically survive, happiness was based on whether you had food on the table, whether the house was warm in the winter, whether there were warm coats and everybody had a pair of shoes in approximately the right size.
Yeah.
And they didn't spend a lot of time saying, am I really happy?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, am I putting my finger on it?
I get that.
All right? Today, your generation, I notice I take myself out of both generations. Your generation says there's more to life than just 3 meals a day and a roof over your head, and there's more to that.
Yeah.
There are feelings. We want to get in touch with our feelings. You missed it as children. You missed that stroking, that emotional stroking as children. I once found a card, you know, those greeting cards. And I don't know why it sticks with me right now. But there was a picture of a pig on the front of the card. And it says, the card said, never try to teach a pig to sing. It doesn't work and it annoys the pig.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
Well,
these people are fixed in their ways.
Yeah.
Eric, you said they were good parents to you. They provided for you. Did you go to college?
Yeah.
They educated you, right?
Yeah.
They put you in the right direction. You grew up with a sense of responsibility. You know, you come to court, you know how to dress, you wear a suit and a tie, right? You're articulate. That didn't come from nowhere. I understand how you tried. It doesn't work. You just have to appreciate these two people for what they are. They were hardworking, diligent people who didn't have a lot of time to think about the esoteric things that you would like them to think about.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
You can't sue these people. This is not their fault. For whatever reason, you stayed for the 3.5 days of this seminar, Ms. Haya. The fact that it didn't work, don't speak. The fact that it didn't work for you, and the fact that your husband went, and even went through some things that I find kind of bizarre, but I'm sure there were people, Mr. Haya, that didn't find it bizarre, that went back again and again. It clearly wasn't for you two people. That doesn't mean you can sue them. That means that you should have picked up your hat and coat and said, adios. Eric, the most important thing is, I probably won't get through to your mother and father, but all I can tell you is, they seem like they're nice people. They're not the kind of Ozzie and Harriets that you would have hoped for as parents. They didn't come from an Ozzie and Harriet background. They probably struggled when they were 15 years old, 20 years old. How old were you when you came to this country?
I was 11.
And you?
I was grown up.
So you have to appreciate your parents for what they are and appreciate the fact that you still have parents and enjoy them. This lawsuit is dismissed. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
I still love them very much. And I feel sadness for my mom's anger and my dad's confusion. And
I'm not confused.
Parties on Hutchinson versus Glenn. Step forward, please.
Gail Hutchinson is suing her former boyfriend, Tony Glenn, because he beat her up during an argument by slamming her head on the pavement. Tony claims Gail was harassing him and his new wife, and he says he hit her in self-defense after she maced him.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 351 on the calendar in the matter of Hutchinson versus Glenn. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
You're suing the defendant because you say he assaulted you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And injured you badly.
Yes.
So let me try to put this in perspective. You and the defendant dated in 1992.
Yes.
And not since.
Right.
And this assault happened in what year?
1997.
Just this past summer, in July. What were you doing near him in 1997?
Well, first of all, I wasn't near him. I was walking home from the store, and he came up behind me and viciously attacked me. Your Honor, I have pictures of my injuries.
You mean for no reason out of the blue, he just came up behind you and viciously attacked you?
Yes.
So tell me how that happened.
Well, first of all, we wasn't exactly friends after we broke up. It was a lot of animosity between us, and he told some people that he was going to beat me down like a dog on the street when he saw me, and that's what he did.
And now I'll take a look at your pictures. You were arrested for this assault, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, I was, ma'am.
And according to your papers, you had a trial already.
That's true.
Correct?
Yes.
And the jury found you not guilty.
That's correct. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That doesn't prevent you from suing here. You understand that? That's why you're here. Now, you want to tell me your version of this incident, sir?
Yes, ma'am. We broke up, and she just keeps harassing me.
How?
Just keeps coming back, harassing me.
How? I know you keep saying that. How does she harass you?
Over the phone, harassing me. She vandalized my car. I have restraining orders.
How many restraining orders do you have against her?
Well, I have this one restraining order against her.
This was in 1995.
Correct. She doesn't even think that it's enforceable. She just keeps coming back to me.
Well, when you say keeps coming back to you, she comes back to you by phone?
Yeah, by phone.
You say harassment. Tell me exactly what she was doing, sir.
Well, she'd come back. She'd call me on the phone all the time, harassing me, cursing me out, cursing whoever answers the phone out, you know, if it's a female or whatever.
Stop shaking your head.
It's
not impressing me.
She has like a fatal attraction. I don't know. I can't shake her.
So tell me what happened on this particular day, sir.
The incident, the day?
Yes.
The day of the incident, she had been harassing me all day long, harassing my wife.
You're married now?
Right. I got married, and she had been harassing my wife all day.
How?
Just calling.
You mean on the phone? Well, I don't want you to use the word harassing anymore. I want you to say what she'd been doing. She had been calling on the phone?
Calling, harassing me, threatening. Threatening me, threatening my wife with bodily injury, threatening her with if she sees her come outside, she's going to do some damage to her. Threatening me with I'm going to get my boyfriend to, beat you up and all this. And so
what did you do?
So I started to call the police, I called the police all day long, Kept calling the police, they never showed up. If you take a couple of minutes, Your Honor, you will hear it right here on the tape.
Tapes to the police?
Correct.
I'd like to hear them.
So I was calling. What can you do about somebody who's constantly harassing you, making threats to your wife? And
where are they threatening you from?
They're threatening from a phone booth, and they've been threatening me. I had a restraining order put against them. And
they're still calling you after you have a restraining order already on file?
Now she's calling and threatening my wife.
Threatening to do what?
Threatening to do violence. Just keep calling. I put a block on my phone, going to the phone booth calling, and she's vandalized my car. I had that.
Did you report that already?
Yes, I reported that once, and I'm not sure what I can do because
Is she making death threats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Serious threats, like she's going to do violence. She knows what she looks like. She's going to come to the door and break in, try and get in the house.
What's your address? Oh, is it a house or an apartment?
Apartment 206.
What's your name?
My name is Tony Glenn.
Glenn with a G, George?
Glenn.
Okay, we'll be there.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Delta Emergency Dispatch 20.
Yes, I was calling. Someone was supposed to come out to my house because I had someone making threats against me and my family.
What was the address that you gave?
Pearl Street, apartment 206.
Okay, is this Tony Glenn?
Yes.
Okay, what's going on now?
Well, the person's still calling, making threats. The police haven't came. I called about an hour ago.
Yeah, we got your call. As soon as we get an officer out there for the report, they'll be out there.
All right.
Thank you. Oakland Police 22?
Yes, I was calling trying to find out. I called the police about 4 hours ago, trying to get someone out to try and deal with this situation. Someone keeps calling, threatening my family. I know the person, but they're just constantly calling and harassing me, and they won't stop calling and making threats on people's lives.
Is Mr. Glenn?
Yes.
Okay, I see your call. We'll be there as soon as we have an officer available.
You must be very busy, huh?
Yes, extremely busy.
Okay, because I called like at 4.
Yep, we're that busy.
All right, turn it off, sir.
All right, well.
Turn it off, sir. Okay. Now, after you got frustrated because the police didn't arrive,
right.
What happened?
Okay, after she kept calling and calling and calling, and then finally, after the police never arrived, I said, look, what is it you want? What is it you want from me? You keep harassing me, you're harassing my wife, she has nothing to do with this. And so I asked her what she wants, and she was like, well, you meet me at the bakery, and we'll settle this, And at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go down there and see what's going on. So I go down there, and then when I get down there, I walk up to her, and she proceeds to try and spray me with the mace, the pepper spray, excuse me. And at that point, we get into a fist fight, and she's been asking for a confrontation for she just wants to get me into a confrontation with her simply because I'm a man, and the way it turned out exactly the way the police saw it. This man's beating on this woman, you see, and that wasn't the case,
Where was the pepper spray?
She had it in her hand. She came out the bakery. I walked up to her, to find out what's going on.
So she told you to meet her at the bakery?
Correct.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He kicked me with his foot in my face several times.
Before or after you sprayed him?
It was before I sprayed him, and the pepper spray didn't even work.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 37-year-old Gail Hutchinson is suing her former boyfriend, Tony Glenn, for medical expenses, claiming he repeatedly kicked her and slammed her head on the pavement.
So tell me exactly what happened.
And when I walked up to her, she proceeded to spray me with the pepper spray. You know, she didn't hit me directly in the face. She hit me somewhere in here. So it didn't immobilize me, I guess, as she wanted it to. And at that point, I was defending myself, Your Honor.
Okay, so you hit her.
So I hit her, yeah.
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, I hit her a couple of times. I mean...
A few times. She's got a black eye. Right? And you hit her where else?
I hit her in the face, maybe hit her in the head, and, you know...
You hit her pretty good.
I think I threw her down.
You have any papers from the criminal court?
No, but you know, they found me not guilty.
I know they did.
The only
All right, Miss Hutchinson.
First of all, Your Honor, I never did harass him.
Just a second. Yes, you did. Just a second. Yes, you did. I have to explain something to you. I'm like a truth machine. Now, nobody has cause to put their hands on anybody else, but house many times. You called this house and spoke to his wife. You called the house many times. You called this house and spoke to his wife. You called the house and spoke to him. Now, you know that, and I know that. Right?
Right.
All right. Now, then you did say to him, I'll meet you at the bakery. Right?
Right.
All right. So he didn't just come up from behind you out of nowhere and beat you up. And you did have pepper spray. Right?
Right.
Now, Miss Hutchinson, get over him. Do you understand? You pushed this man to the limit. What did you expect him to do? You've been calling and threatening him in his house. Time and time again. You've been calling and threatening his wife. Time and time again. You tell him to meet you so that you can settle it. He's frustrated because the police are not responding. He comes to meet you. And when you see him, you take out pepper spray and you spray him. What did you expect him to do? Say thank you very much?
Because it wasn't like that. He kicked me. He came from behind me and he pushed me to the ground and he kicked me with his foot in my face several times.
Before or after you sprayed him?
It was before he sprayed me, before I sprayed him. And the pepper spray didn't even work.
That's not true.
It didn't work.
That's
it
not
didn't
true,
work.
Miss Hutchinson, let me explain something to you. This is why your case was dismissed in the criminal court, because you lied. And when you lie, a fact finder, that's me, or in the criminal court, that was the jury, they don't know what to believe and what not to believe. Do you understand?
Yes.
So when you tell one lie, I don't know whether the second part of what you're telling me is the truth or a lie. All I know is you say first you told me a story that he came out of nowhere and he assaulted you. And you didn't know why. And you kept shaking your head when you said that, when he was telling you the story about how you were calling and harassing him, you kept shaking your head, no, 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 that's not true. And it turns out it was true. And you came to that meeting with him that you asked for. So he didn't come out of nowhere. You told him, meet me at the bakery. You just told me that that's what you told him. And you came armed with pepper spray or mace or whatever else it was. What did you expect him to do? He's married. He doesn't want anything to do with you anymore. Leave him alone. Otherwise, you're going to have difficulty with him. He's already had a restraining order against you. I mean, that took time to get. Judge gave him a restraining order against you. You have to leave him alone because you're going to, you know, you can push somebody so far and then they're going to lose it. And then you say, oh, I didn't do anything. But you did. You keep pushing his buttons. You can't do that, Miss Hutchinson. You're stalking him. There are laws against stalking. There are laws against the kinds of things that you were doing to him and to his wife. And you have to stop it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You have to stop pushing. going to end up.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tony Glenn says his former girlfriend, Gail Hutchinson, was a fatal attraction who harassed him and his new wife. She's suing him for beating her up, but he claims it was in self-defense.
Now, Mr. Glenn, that doesn't excuse the fact that you probably overreacted to what happened when you hit her. You understand that. The pepper spray hit you around here. So you weren't, in fact, at risk of your life at the time. You really hit her pretty badly because she's got a black eye and she has some other bruises on her. You went a little overboard. But I don't think you went overboard, sir, out of any maliciousness. I think that you had just had it. I mean, have you seen her pictures?
But Your Honor, she was fighting back. It's not like...
I'm sure she was fighting back.
She was fighting back.
Listen to me. I'm sure as calm, as sweet as she stands here now, I'm sure she was fighting back.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to award her any money. I am going to dismiss this case just as the criminal court dismissed the case because I think in that case the jury was right. You have to stop pushing his buttons, madam, because after a while you push his buttons, you never know where it's going to end up. Do you understand? That's all. This case is dismissed. Now listen to me. Let me tell you about your countersuit, sir. Listen to me. You're suing her for the expenses of living together in 1992, when you were living together. I read your countersuit. Mr. Glenn, why are you looking at me with a look of incredulity? You say in your answer, listen to me, sir. You say in your answer that you lived together and you paid all the bills in 1992 and she was supposed to pay you rent. We are now in 1997, right?
That's correct.
Just a second. Did you ever sue her before for the money that she owed you?
Well,
that you say...
But I had to pay it back, though.
Mr. Glenn, listen to me carefully, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
This happened in 1992, right?
That's true.
Did you ever sue her before?
No, I didn't sue her before.
Good. Right. Now, you're also requesting money that you had to pay for a lawyer, right?
Of course. I mean...
And just shh. Where is the bill for the lawyer?
Here it is.
Let me see it.
I mean...
Let me see the bill. Mr. Glenn, what I'm telling you is you're not totally blameless in this whole thing, sir, because you really shouldn't have gone down to the bakery to meet her.
I've done everything in my power to try and, you know,
Listen
deal.
What I'm telling you is...
Your Honor...
What I'm telling you is...
Your Honor...
What is this?
Your Honor, may I say one thing?
Just a minute. What's the name of your lawyer, sir?
Cornell Solomon. May I say one thing, Your Honor?
Yes.
My wife just gave birth last night.
Right.
That amount of money has just totally wiped me out.
Just a second. What I'm asking is, first of all, one of these amounts has been changed.
No, it has.
Oh, yes, it has.
No, it has.
Oh, yes, it has. This was a 6, and it was made a 7. I know, or a 7, it was made a 6. I don't know exactly what it was, but you say that this one is $600?
That's correct.
All right. How much did you pay the lawyer in total, sir?
$2,500. That's a lot of money, Your Honor.
Just a second. You paid the lawyer $2,500? Give me his phone number. Give me his phone number. Because I'm not entertaining your lawsuit for this money that you say she owes you from when you were living together 5 years ago. I'm not doing it, Mr. Glenn. Okay. Just give me a minute, please.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Could you return this card to Mr. Glenn, please? Mr. Glenn, first of all, let me tell you, I like your lawyer. And I think that he probably did a very good job for you. You did, in fact, give him an initial retainer of $750. He charged you $500 a day for each day of the trial. You still owe him $750, right?
That's true.
Okay. But you're going to pay him, aren't you?
Of course. I got to.
Very good. And I believe, Mr. Glenn, that you are... Do you work, sir?
Yes.
What kind of work do you do?
Janitorial.
You live in the apartment where you're the janitor?
No. I work at a separate community, child care.
Okay. How long have you been working for this company?
5 years.
How much money do you earn?
About $1,400 a month.
A month? And what about your wife, sir?
She isn't working at this time. She just had a baby last night.
Is that your first baby?
Yes.
Yes. Her first baby?
Yes.
Boy or a girl?
Boy.
How big?
He was 5 pounds, 13 ounces.
Little boy. I'm giving you your legal fees, sir.
Appreciate
Judgment in this case is on the counterclaim for the defendant, $2,500. Leave him alone.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy,
Ayala versus Howard. Step forward, please.
20-year-old sports car owner Carlos Ayala says when model Monique Howard posed for a photo on his car, she dented his hood.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please. Ma'am. Judge, this is number 339 on the calendar in the matter of Ayala versus Howard. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Your complaint alleges, sir, that the defendant dented your car when she sat on it.
Yes, that's true.
So why don't you tell me how that happened?
Okay, it all took place at the Velocity Car Show, which is held, I believe, in the area of Redondo Beach. The defendant had asked me earlier that day that she wanted to do a couple photo shots on my car.
What kind of car do you have?
I have a 97 Volkswagen GTI.
Is that a special kind of car?
Well, in that car in particular there's only 500 United States that were brought over from Germany.
So you were showing the car at this automobile show?
Right. I invested at least $5,000 prior to that date into that car.
What do you mean you invested?
As far as money for rims and exhaust systems to modify the car.
So you had this very special car. You're showing it at an auto show. And what were you doing there?
I was asked to go there and do some modeling.
Who asked you?
The president from the actual car club called Vorsic.
And how did you two get together?
Well, I had a friendly relationship with her prior to this. And the day of the show, she approached me when she arrived and asking me if she could use my car to pose for a photographer that was coming for her own personal use. And I asked her, what kind of posing are you going to do? And she said, well, I have this pose that I sit on top of the hood, and I
That's not true.
Just a second, I'm going to get to you. You have this, she said to you.
There's a pose where she gets on top of the hood, and she takes a picture, and it's a real nice shot. And I said, well, have you ever done this before? And she said, yes, I did. I've done it before. Nothing happened. It's a great shot. So she reassured me by doing that, and I was easily convinced to letting her do that.
Okay. According to you, you agreed to let her sit on the hood of your car. And you sat there. Of the car and took a picture.
Right, but the photographer asked him repeatedly about 3 or 4 times if it was okay.
But of the car and took a picture.
Right, but the photographer asked him repeatedly about 3 or 4 times if it was okay. And he agreed to everything, as far as if we were going to actually sit on the car or model around it or whatever we were going to do.
How did you sit on the hood of the car?
They asked us to actually just sit sideways, kind of facing each other with our feet dangling down on the side of the car. And he took a few
But you were
shots
the
of
only
that.
one who sat on
No,
it?
there was another model.
That sat on his car? Was there another model that sat on your
Yes,
car?
there was. Her name is Kalan. She sat the opposite side of the car, at the same position, same area, just on the opposite side of the hood.
Okay. So what happened after the pictures were taken?
I didn't notice the dent until I got home when I was just waxing down the car. And as I was waxing the hood, I noticed that there was a dent in the hood. Well, I felt that it wasn't my responsibility to take care of that, so I called her the very next day, letting her know.
3 days later, not the next day.
Listen.
Sorry.
I hate this thing. Don't interrupt him.
Sorry.
I mean, I could be mistaken, but it was the week after the show. And what happened, I let her know that the fact that she sat in the car, the dent was put into the car. And I just let her know that I didn't feel fair that I had to pay for those damages since it was for her cause and she was the one that actually implied the dent into my hood. She was very humble and actually very generous, saying that she would pay for all damages and you know, embarrassed a bit. But I mean, it was basically a verbal agreement where we both agreed on a date.
Do you have some pictures of this car, sir? That's why I understand that this monitor is in here. You have some pictures that you want to show me?
Oh, yes, I do have some pictures that I need to show you.
That's the car. Where's the damage?
There's a damage. If you see where the light hits, it actually dims down. If I can approach it, I'll show you.
I see it now. Is that the side you were sitting on?
Yeah, it was.
A day or so later, is that right?
Yes, you're right.
How come you have such an expensive car and you didn't know? A day or so later, is that right?
Yes, you're right.
How come you have such an expensive car and you didn't notice this terrible dent in the car until a day or so later, sir?
Well, actually, I noticed it the same day, but I called her a day or so later.
First of all, how much do you say it's going to cost you to fix it, sir?
Well, I have an estimate here from the dealer service area that I deal with. They appraised the damage. That's the amount that I'm suing for.
$561?
Yes.
All right. And what's your position?
Well, first of all, when we were taking the shots, he stood there and watched the whole shoot and said nothing. He was even suggesting different poses. Basically, to make a long story short, afterwards, I saw him polishing off the car. He did not approach me with any concern about damages. I actually went over there and looked at the car. There wasn't any damages. And it wasn't until actually 3 days later that he called me and told me that there were damages on there. If they had asked him if it was okay, and all of a sudden he's coming back to me 3 days later saying that I made these damages, it would be his responsibility only because the photographer had asked him over and over it was okay if we were to get on the car.
Oh, you asked him. You asked him. That was enough.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
She asked you if she could sit on the hood of your car.
Right.
You're a fool to have said yes. You're a fool.
And later today,
It's obvious to me that when you move out, you move out. You take your clothes, you take your shoes, you take your hats, and you take your doggone cars too.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Carlos Ayala says when car model Monique Howard sat on the hood of his sports car to pose for a photo, she left a dent. Monique says she's not responsible because she had Carlos's permission to sit on the car.
Mr. Ayala.
Yes.
You think that she should be responsible for all these damages
Do
to
I
your
feel
car?
that I should be
That
responsible?
she should be.
Yes, I do.
Well, you're wrong. You want to know why, sir?
Yes, I do.
If she had sat on your car without your permission, she would be totally responsible for the damage to your car.
Right.
You are supposed to be an intelligent man. If somebody asked me if they could sit on the hood of my car, and if I said sure, and if they damaged the hood of my car, whose fault would that be?
Well, considering if I make a statement,
Yeah.
there's two models that sat on the car.
Uh-huh.
First of all, the other model did not dent the car, which
Yeah,
was
maybe she was thinner.
which was what she asked me
Just
for.
a second. Maybe she was thinner.
Yeah, actually, she was very much thinner.
Well, then, sir.
Right, but
look,
I'm not.
you use your eyes.
Right.
You look at one model who's thinner. If my 2-month-old grandchild was on the hood of my car, and if my 9-year-old grandson Casey sat on the hood of my car and I said it was okay, and if Casey damages the hood of my car, that's my fault because he's 9 years old and weighs more than a 2-month-old baby. So if you look at these two women and she's a little heftier, and you tell her it's okay to sit on the hood of your car because you wanted your car in some sort of a magazine, why should she pay for it?
That's an incorrect statement there. I didn't ask her to take the shot for my purpose.
Doesn't make any difference.
Second.
She asked you if she could sit on the hood of your car.
Right. Well,
You're a fool to have said yes. You're a fool.
Well, considering that I'm not a weight trainer and I'm not an expert in that field, I wouldn't be able to make a professional...
I want to tell you something. I'm not a weight trainer, and I'm not an
Exactly.
expert in that
Well,
field,
then
and
you
I
have-
wouldn't let anybody sit on my car. You think that if this guy said to me, Judge, I want to take a picture on the hood of your car.
Right.
Could I take a picture on the hood of your car? And he sat on the hood of my car, and the hood went to the pavement. that I would say, it's his fault? No, sir. It's my fault, because I was the idiot.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying to you? This
Well-
lady, looking exactly like she did, said, I want to sit on the hood of your brand new, expensive, rimmed car from... And then she sat on your car, and according to you, she dented it, and you think that that's her fault.
Not entirely.
Dismissed.
Parties are excused. Step out. Out the back door to your right, please.
And now the next case.
Parties on Jackson versus Mitchell. Step forward.
31-year-old student Adam Jackson
is suing his former roommate, Lorraine Mitchell, because she refuses to return his 1985 El Camino.
All right, I don't think this is very complicated. Mr. Jackson, you and Miss Mitchell were friends, and for a while you lived in her house.
Yes.
You lived in her house along with other property, an old car.
Correct.
And then you moved out of her house.
Yes.
And you left your...
Vehicle on her property.
What kind of car was it?
It's an 85 Chevy El Camino.
And where on the property did you leave the car?
In her backyard.
Were there any other cars in the backyard?
No.
Just yours?
Just mine.
And how long did you leave it there?
I would say from April '97 through November, and it's still there, November this year.
And you want your car back?
Yes.
And you say?
And I say, Mr. Jackson, you're more than welcome to have your car back, but I want to be paid $18.50 for storage per day.
Why?
I checked with several storage companies because if he had had his automobile parked in a garage towing service, he would have paid $18.50. And on top
Why
of that...
did you let him leave the car there to begin with?
Why did I let him leave the car? Yeah. Because he didn't have any other place to take it. Judge, I called Mr. Jackson on several occasions, over and over and over, repeatedly over, asking him, please come and pick up your car. I asked him over 5 or 6 times. I have the dates written down, and he will testify to that, I'm sure.
But, Miss Mitchell, you had no agreement with him that he was going to pay you to store the car. He didn't do the right thing and get the car out of there fast enough. Why?
Well, at the time I was going to school. I tried. I tried when I told her I was going to come by to pick up the car. So when I finally sold my car, I had the guy who I sold the car to go by her house to pick it up. And that's when I found out that I was going to have a hard time picking up the car.
Yeah, and when was that? When did you sell your car?
November 7th.
Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden somebody showed up at your property to look at the car? Is that what happened?
Well, first of all, a young lady called me over the phone, and she says, hello, I'm Stella. I'm going to be coming over to look at Adam's car. I'm like, huh? Okay. And then the next thing I know, at 8:30 at night, there's a gentleman knocking at my door. I mean, and it's pitch black dark where I live at. And I'm saying, who is this at my door? I'm recovering from a nervous breakdown. He knows I'm ill. Judge Judy, he hasn't even called me to give me the decency to say, Lorraine, someone is going to come over and be looking at the car.
How old are you?
31.
Miss Mitchell, you said it.
Here.
How old are you?
31.
Miss Mitchell, you said it. He's an irresponsible child.
That's right.
No question about that.
And this is what this is all about, to teach a irresponsible child on somebody's property for 6 months and come back and all of a sudden it's yours. You have on somebody's property for 6 months and come back and all of a sudden it's yours. You have interrupted my business, Adam. You know I have my pallet business back there. I haven't.
Don't talk to him. Talk to me.
Judge, I have a pallet business there in the back where I store expensive pallets are back there. We can't put the fence back in place because once I put the fence in, he has to tear the fence down to get his car out. How many times do I have to call him? Adam, come get your car. Adam, come get your car. Adam, come get your car. I don't feel I have to call him that many times.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You rip and run to Vegas every other weekend with these young floozies, and you don't have time enough to come over and take care of your business. That's the bottom line, am I right?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Adam Jackson says his former roommate, Lorraine Mitchell, refuses to return his 1985 El Camino. Lorraine says Adam abandoned the car, and she wants him to pay a storage fee.
Now, Mr. Jackson, there is a certain equity in what she says, sir. Yes, that's what you're trying to do.
Okay,
You cannot create that after the fact.
All right.
Because there were certain things that you could have done, like just towing his car out of there and just leaving it someplace.
That's right.
You could have done that. You didn't do that. Now, Mr. Jackson, did you sell this car?
Yes, I sold it, and then I had to give the guy his money back because Lorraine wouldn't let me come on her property to get the car. Sell it once I get possession of it.
And what do you think you're going to sell it for, sir?
About $1,000.
And how much of that do you morally think you owe Miss Mitchell for having had to look at your car well beyond a reasonable period of time.
Morally,
Not to say how you're doing, she called and said nicely, when are you coming to pick up your car? Not to say how you're doing, she called and said nicely, when are you coming to pick up your car? And you made appointments and you never showed up, right?
correct.
So that makes you immature and irresponsible. And I'm asking you, you are now going to sell a car that's been an eyesore on her property for 6 months. What do you think you owe her for the inconvenience? You tell me.
Well, like I said, Your Honor, I don't think I owe her anything because of the time that I stayed in her house, I helped out with her children. I helped them with their schoolwork because she was in the bed all
Where's
the time.
the pink slip for the car?
I don't have the pink slip, but I do have the title right here, the registration.
You do?
Yes.
Let me see it. Now, sir. Now, sir, maybe $1,000 that you're going to get for this car, the title of which I hold in my hand. Think hard, sir.
Well, she didn't file a claim with the
Think
GM.
that she was really doing something that helped you, because if you had to move your car within a week or so after moving out, which was what your original agreement was, right?
Well, he didn't say anything. It's obvious to me that when you move out.
How much do you think you ought to pay her for the inconvenience of having your jalopy? Give me a figure, sir.
I would pay for the fence to be replaced at her house to get it fixed.
How much will that cost you, Miss Mitchell?
I don't know, Judge. I really would hate to quote a figure.
Cost you about $200-300?
Party's on Muhammad versus Nava. Step forward.
Lily Nava for stealing his Lexus and vandalizing it. Lily claims her friend was being attacked and used his car to get away.
Order, all rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please, all rise. Yeah, this is case number 305 on the calendar in the matter of Mohammed versus Nava. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
Oh, Bert, it always worries me when I see evidence in a plastic bag.
Me too, Judge.
Mr. Mohammed, you are suing the defendant. Would you stand up straight, please, as a court? For $750 because you say she stole your car and vandalized it. Is that right?
That's right.
You and the defendant went to a club together, correct? Dance club. You were with a male friend, and she had 2 other female friends with her. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It was a Mexican nightclub, so that's what
I don't see how that's particularly relevant, madam. Whether it was a Mexican nightclub or what kind of a nightclub
What would he
it was.
be doing at a Mexican nightclub? You know?
We're talking about his car, not about what kind of club it was.
Okay.
Just be quiet and pay attention. So you're inside the club and you're dancing, and I assume doing what you do at a club, and it came time for you to leave. According to your complaint, you got into your car. You were in the passenger seat, front passenger seat. Is that right?
Yes.
Your male friend and your 2 female friends were in the back seat.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you acknowledge that you took his car.
I didn't take it. The police report doesn't say I took it, my friend took it.
That's what you say. You say your friend took the car and you left it at your brother's house. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, according to your complaint, sir, you got out of the car.
Yes.
Tell me why.
When I was leaving the club, there was a girl, excuse me, there was a girl that I spoke to earlier at the club. She flagged me down to talk to me. I parked my car, left the car running, went around the car to talk to the girl.
How far away from the car were you at that point?
2 feet. I was right next to my car. I was talking to her. My friend was in the car, so I felt safe since he was on the back seat. He got out of the car to join the conversation.
So he left the girls in the car too, and the two of you guys went and talked to this other girl.
We were standing right next to the car talking to the girls, correct?
Was there one girl or more than one girl that you were talking to?
One girl.
So the two of you guys were talking to one girl.
I was talking, he was listening.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then as sudden, I saw my car moving, like backing up. I looked at my car, and then I saw Lily on the driver's seat. I tried to run after her to stop her, like telling her to stop. And the security guards in the club, they also like ran after her, but she took off at high speed. I ran to a payphone in the parking lot, and I called 911. I reported the car stolen. The police responded within minutes. They tried to screen the whole area around like the club. They couldn't find the car.
Now, you ultimately, according to your complaints, had to take a taxi cab home for $100.
Actually, 115, and that was about 3 hours later because I had to walk for about 3 or 4 miles to get to the nearest payphone at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I called the cab, and I went
And then
home.
you got the car back. Ultimately, they found the car.
Correct. Actually, she took the keys to the police department, and she told them where the car is.
Okay. How much later?
I would say about at least 16, 17 hours later, I was able to locate my car.
Now, describe the car when you got it back, sir.
The car was very dirty. There was vomiting on the door, on the inside, on the interior and the exterior, on the carpet, on the leather. There was so much trash, like fast food trash from Jack in the Box. The property inside the car was badly vandalized.
What property?
I had a radar detector.
You had what?
A radar detector.
Radar detector.
That I paid $380 for it. This is the mounting bracket, and this is the wire connection, and that's all what's left from that device. My Ray-Ban sunglasses were flattened. Somebody has been sitting on them, so they're not usable. And as you can see, that the whole frame is twisted.
What's in the bag?
In the bag, actually, this is my belongings were left like this. If you look at them, some of them are business documents. Some of them are checkbooks that have been taken out of their cover. My credit cards were like.
Well, were these in a suitcase or an attaché case or just in the glove compartment?
I had them.
Just on the floor.
I had them. I found the car. Everything was trash, and the bags were empty, and the credit cards were all over. Until this point, I don't know if there is any of the credit cards missing or the IDs that I have, because it's just a big mess for me to go through it in such a short period of time.
All right.
If you want me to itemize the parts that were damaged or missing.
In a minute.
Okay.
Now let's hear your story. Look at me.
Okay.
Because I read your answer.
Okay. He picked us up and we went out. There was no intention, like, we didn't go out as a date. We went as friends.
He called you or you called him?
He paged me, and I called him back.
So you called him?
Yeah, and he asked me, what are you going to do tonight? I said, I'm going to go out. And then he says, well, why? Because we were going to go out before, but I was like, I didn't want to go out with him. And he came and he picked us up.
You and two friends?
Me and my friend here. My other friend, she moved already. They picked us up. They weren't even dressed to go to a club at all. I mean, he was wearing like jeans and some shoes with no socks and like almost a t-shirt. It was like a t-shirt. And we went out. He didn't do anything. All he did was sit down the whole night. We were on our own.
Miss Nava.
Yes.
He may not have been dressed to go out to a club. I think you are not in the position to even refer to that, since in my judgment, you are not dressed appropriately for court.
Well,
Do you understand?
I'm coming from work.
I don't care whether you're coming from work. Did you ever hear
from work.
Listen to me, Miss Nava. Did you ever hear the word sweater?
I don't have a sweater.
Right.
It's hot
Come on.
outside.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
The way he was dressed was awful. Awful. No class at all. To drive a nice car like he does, he has no class to dress.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Nikki Mohammed and Lily Nava met at a club. Nikki says Lily stole his car and trashed it. Lily says her friend was being attacked and needed the car to get away.
And then what happened?
Him and his friends were out somewhere, and me and my friends were just our way. So it was time to leave, and we were leaving. Okay, I went inside to go to the restroom. My friend was in the car, and my other friend was in the car. When I come back, my friend here, and it's sitting down, she was kind of drunk, and she was crying, saying that he was going up her skirt. Because she was out the sunroof. They were parked, and she was standing out the sunroof. That he was going up her skirt. And I was like, why are you doing that? And then he started yelling at her. I was like, why are you yelling at her? And he was like, hold on. And that's when we reversed and he parked. So after that, my friend Sandra, she didn't drink at all. She was mad because of what he was doing to her. And she's here to explain it to you.
This one, the one who was drunk? The one who you just told me was drunk. She's going to explain it to me? This I got to hear. Right here. Shh.
Order.
Well, I was just like on the sunroof. I was outside saying bye to my friends.
You were on the sunroof?
Yes.
You mean you were sticking your head out of the sunroof?
Yeah, he was going up my dress. He lifted my dress up.
So you didn't know who it was?
No, I just saw a guy, because I saw his face and I just saw like a beard on his face.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's it. And that's all. And I got down and I sat down and I was crying.
To the point where you don't remember what's happening to you, madam.
No, I remember what happened to me. I know what he did.
She wasn't passed out.
Did you put your hands on her?
Your Honor, they were all wearing pants. None was wearing dress. So
She was wearing a dress.
I was wearing a dress.
And to answer your question, no, I did not.
Well, you were in the sun. Listen to me carefully. See, because I'm reading your answer here. Common sense suggests to me that the story that you're telling me is a lot of baloney. Let me tell you why. What I'm hearing is that he got out of the car to talk to another girl, which ticked you off.
No.
Just pay careful attention, because she's sitting in the back seat of the car. He was driving the car. How do you get him?
The car was stopped.
We were parked in front of the club.
Doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, the car was
different.
parked. It does make a difference.
So, hey, listen carefully, ladies. So what you're telling me is, let me see. Seat. He came back in the passenger seat where you were, because you were in the front passenger seat. That's what you just told me.
She was in the middle. The sunroof,
I was in the back.
The sunroof is right in the middle of the car. And she got up, and then he got back in the car.
See, I was gone. I just got up. I was waving bye to my friends.
This is the middle. The sunroof is the middle of the car.
Let me ask you this question, Miss Nava.
Nava.
You had two friends with you. One's drunk, right? And you just came back from the bathroom. And you're at a club where there are all kinds of security guards, right? Why didn't you take your drunk friend and your other friend and get out of the car and go into the club and say, we're having some problems with the people who brought us?
Because he was yelling at us, telling us to get in the car. He was like, get in the car, get in the car. I'm like, calm down, what's your problem? He's like, get in the car, we're gonna leave already.
So what you're telling me is, listen to me, so what you're telling me is, instead of, you were frightened of him. So instead
I'm not frightened of him.
So why did you get into the car?
I wasn't frightened, she was frightened. I just wanted to go home, that's all.
So why didn't you go? Who do you live with?
My dad and my brother.
So why didn't you go into the club and call your dad and call your brother? Let me tell you what you said here in your answer. Quiet! Let me tell you why. I read your answer and it all doesn't sound very kosher to me. You know what kosher means? They don't serve kosher food in a Mexican club. All right. You say, Sandra will appear with me in court.
She left already.
Just a second. So she's not here. Sandra,
Yeah.
the one who you blamed for actually driving
I
the car
didn't
away.
blame. She was driving.
No, that's what you say. I just drove
But the
along
police
with Sandra. Hey,
we didn't
blame her.
Are
She
you?
said it.
Are you?
We didn't blame
Try
her.
not to talk over me. Listen, madam, you don't know what was happening. You were drunk and probably vomited all over the car.
No.
All right?
That's not even true.
So, listen to me. Try to listen, ladies. You say that you did this because you were afraid for your own safety and your friend's safety, and that's why you took the car.
I didn't do anything. My friend drove the car. I didn't drive nothing. She got in the car and we left. She said,
we were just in the car and she just took off.
The police called at my parents' house. This is what you wrote. And I told them exactly where they could find the car. And they picked up the keys from me with no problem or questions. And they recovered the car.
Because they asked for me at my house.
and they were over my house. We came back in the morning to my dad's house, and the police called me.
You came back in the morning?
Yeah.
Well, where were you all night?
At my brother's house.
Why?
Why? Because that was the nearest place we could get there. We just got there and we stood there. I didn't want to go home with the stolen car to my dad, so I went to my brother's.
Yes. I love it when a game plan comes together.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She's older than she could drink all she wants. That's how I feel.
I wasn't driving, so it's all right.
Oh, please. They tell me Costa Rica is a very good place to live in retirement.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Nikki Mohammed is suing acquaintance Lily Nava for taking his Lexus and vandalizing it. Lily says she only borrowed the car and did no damage.
Let me see your damages, sir. You have...
I have $115 for taxi.
Okay.
I had $46.90.
Just a second, Bert. Turn on the buttons, because, you know, Mother doesn't know how to do buttons.
That's all good.
Mother knows how to do truth, but not buttons. Go.
$115 for a taxi cab.
You're a big tipper. Yeah, go ahead.
No, actually, it's about 35 miles.
It was $100 here that you wrote here in the complaint, sir. When you put it on the back here, you said $115. So I assumed that it was $100. You gave him a $15 tip. Don't lie to me. You want me to show you? You want me to show you your complaint?
Actually, it was miswritten. But anyway, it's $115 for taxi cab. It's $46.90 for rental car. It's $35 for the key emblem.
When did you rent a car?
The next day.
Why?
At 9:30, because I had no car. I had to go about my business.
Why didn't you tell your girlfriend to take you?
Madam. Madam.
When I received the keys back.
Ay, ay, ay. This is our future. Go ahead. This is our future.
When I received,
come.
When I received
What
the
else?
keys, when I received the keys back, they were missing this emblem, $35 worth of emblem. Cleaning the car, to clean the car, to clean
To
the,
clean it.
the
Oh,
vomit.
to clean it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want to clean out the
$16 for that's worth $380. Ray-Ban glasses that are flattened for $125.
Get the Ray-Ban glasses.
$165.
165?
$165 for detailing.
For the what?
Detailing.
What's detailing?
Detailing the car, to clean the car, to clean
To
the,
clean it.
the
Oh, to
vomit.
clean it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want to clean out the car.
$16 for jumper cables that were missing from the trunk.
Jumper cables.
I don't think that they took your jumper cable, sir. Hey, Bert, are these
We didn't
nice
take
Ray-Bans?
anything from his car. We left everything there.
Quiet. You trashed his car. There isn't a question in my mind that you and your friends trashed his car.
He could have put it all together by now. Look at that bag. It's been like 6 months now.
Mr. Mohammed, I want to tell you something. Bird, you like this?
Yeah.
It was still has it in the bag.
She may buy them.
125 for the Ray-Bans?
Yeah. 125 for the Ray-Bans. What else?
That's it. That's
how much
the
we got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I got
7 items.
$682.90.
$682.90.
No. That is not correct.
That's what's got. Bird never makes a mistake with the calculator, sir.
$115.
I'm not giving you
Okay.
credit for the emblem, sir, on your keys. Go ahead. What else?
There are 7 items. If you add them up right.
These are the items, Bird. $165 for detailing, $125 for the Ray-Bans, $380 for the radar detector, $47 for the rental car, and $115 for a taxi cab.
$832?
Okay. Now, Mr. Mohammed, you have to exercise good judgment, sir.
Yeah, you're too
You
old
are-
for this.
How old are you?
I'm 18. He's 30, what, 5?
Madam, nobody dragged you in the car. Nobody told you that you had to go
He
with
didn't
him.
have to.
Nobody
He lied
said.
about his age.
Nobody said.
He lied about everything. He
Lied
lied
about his
name,
age.
about his age, where he lived, everything. Everything he told me was a lie.
Good. So you stole his car. Stupid.
We didn't steal
What?
it, though.
Just a second. Let me explain something to you. This is dangerous business. Dangerous business. You acted like an idiot that night. You got one friend who's drunk. I don't know where the other one is. I don't know whether she had been drinking or not. You're right.
It's all right, though.
She doesn't drink. She's old enough to drink. The other girl's not old enough to drink. She's old enough she could drink all she wants. That's how I feel.
I wasn't driving, so it's all right.
Oh, please. Costa Rica. They tell me Costa Rica is a very good place to live in retirement.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Mr. Mohammed, be smart, right? Don't fool around with babies. These are babies. They're not fully cooked yet. The only thing that they are is stupid, because they shouldn't have been in your car. And they certainly, if they felt that they were threatened, which I doubt. See, because if I really felt that they were threatened by you or your friend, I would have some compassion for them. But it seems to me, if you feel threatened in a situation and you are in a place where they shouldn't have been in your car, and they certainly, if they felt that they were threatened inside to a phone booth where there were a lot of people, and you make a phone call to your father, your brother, whatever else.
He said it himself, the phone's not till 3 blocks away.
That's not true, in the parking lot.
Didn't you just say that?
No.
Yeah. And you're lying.
No,
Again.
it's right there in the police report.
Always lying. Always.
There is a phone in the club.
But he said he had to watch.
There is a phone.
He said he had to watch. He could have gone to the phone in the club too.
Madam, he said he chased your car.
Where? To the end of the parking lot?
God, get her out of here. Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $832.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Parties on Hutnick versus Reese. Step forward, please.
Teacher's aide, Marty Hutnick, says Connie Reese put her in a headlock and punched her in the face. Connie claims she was attacked first after their daughters fought at a birthday party.
Order. All rise. Yeah, this is case number 223 on the calendar in the matter of Hutnick versus Reese. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ladies.
Ladies, quite frankly, I was appalled when I read your papers. To think that two women in front of their children would engage in this kind of conduct is absolutely unbelievable to me. Ms. Hutnick, according to your complaint, you were assaulted by the defendant in McDonald's.
Yes, I was.
She says that you assaulted her. This was all done in front of your children.
Yes, it was. Birthday party.
So you want to tell me your version of the events, please?
I had dropped my daughter off, Melissa, at a birthday party and went back to pick her up about 45 minutes later. And upon as I was walking in, I noticed this person next to me.
The defendant?
Yes, Connie Reese. She was hovering over top of my daughter, who was on the bottom of a playland. It was a playland area inside the McDonald's. And my daughter was sitting on the bottom of the slide, and she was crying. And
so there were slides and tubes. I've seen those things where the kids go in and play. They take off their shoes, and they go inside and they play.
Yes.
And eat at the same time.
Right, run and eat. And I walked up to the slide, and I asked Connie Reese if there was a problem, whom she was not part of the birthday party. I did not know who she was at the time. And she said, well, your daughter and her friends are up there picking on my daughter and won't let her down. And I looked at my daughter, and she was very upset. She was crying. She was hysterical. I said, Melissa, is this true? And she said, no, Mom. She said, we were all up there playing together. I accidentally stepped on the girl's toe. She said, I told her I was sorry. Mom, honest, I did. I said, well, you know, if you did, you've done the right thing. I said, come on, we'll come over here and sit down. I took her by the arm. I guided her to the table where they were. Connie Reese continued to follow me to the table, and she came up to me and she said, is that all you're going to do? And I said, well, you know, she did say it was an accident. She said she was sorry. She'd done the right thing. I said, you know, I don't know what else you expect me to do. And with that, I guided my daughter again by the arm, went to another table to sit down. Connie Reese came up to me again, and she put her face, her nose, right up against my nose, touching my nose. Out of the corner of my eyes, I could see Melissa and 3 of her friends underneath the table. They were crying and screaming, and nothing was said at that time, and I thought, you know, I'm not going to fight this lady in front of these girls. So I walked away a second time. She came up to me, and she starts yelling from behind my back, and she says, you know, it's parents like you today who don't know how to raise their kids that makes these kids the way they are today. I stopped, I turned around, I said, you know, I'm sorry. I said, I don't know what your problem is. I said, this obviously is not affecting your daughter. She is up there playing. My daughter's down here crying. You know, and with that, I walked away. I had my back to her. She grabbed me by the back of my hair, turned my head completely around, my body still facing forward, and punched me. She knocked me out. When I had come to...
Punched you in the face?
She punched me in the face. When I had come to, she had dragged me 20, 25 feet across the playland. With my head, if I may show you, she had my head in between her legs like a scissor lock, pounding on the back of my head. And I said, you know, what is your problem? Get off me. I said, you know, I am pregnant. And at that time, one of the ladies at the birthday party picked her up and just got her off of me. And with that, she got her coat, she grabbed her daughters, and ran out the door. And somebody had yelled, did you get her license number? Did you get her license number? I ran out and got her license number, came in, and I continued to, I called the police. They came, they issued a warrant out for her arrest. She turned herself in. They did put her on probation for a year. But in the meantime, the next day, I didn't go to the doctors that night. The next morning, I went to get out of bed. I could not raise my head up. I went to the doctors. I did have a concussion. They did an MRI, CAT scan.
Do you have your medical bills, which is part of what you're suing for?
Yes, I do. And there's also a letter from my doctor. About a week and a half later, I did miscarry.
Okay, I'm ready to hear your version of the events.
Well, I went into McDonald's with my daughters, and I was there for about 15 minutes, and I told them to go up to the slide and play while I went to go get the food. And they went to go up to the slide because the food was too hot, and I told them to go on and go up the slide. And my oldest daughter, she's too tall to go in there. She wasn't playing in there. The youngest one, she went to go in there, and we heard like a blood-curdling scream. And I told my oldest daughter to go up there and see what's going on. And she went up there, and she said they wouldn't let her down the slide. They penned her in. They both had, one was on one side, one was on the other, and they wouldn't let her down. And so my daughter proceeded to go down the tubes and not go down the slide, go back around the way she came.
Okay, get to the bottom of the slide. Now that they're at the bottom of the slide.
Okay, they're at the bottom of the slide. Well, I yelled up there, and I was going, let her down, because they wouldn't still let her down. And her daughter had came down, and I said, I asked you to come down. Why didn't you come down when she was screaming that loud? And she puts her hand on like this. She was not sitting on the slide. She was standing up talking to me like this. I wasn't hemming her in. She could have got down any way she wanted to get down, just like that. And then she came in, and with her, biker stuff on, she was like coming towards me like she was going to kill me. And she didn't get a chance to even hear what I had to say. I was going to tell her what was happening. Don't tell me what you were going to tell her. Just tell me what happened. She didn't come to talk to me first. She talked to her daughter. And I said that I tried to get your daughter to come down the slide, and she wouldn't come down the slide. And she got smart with me, and she turned around and she smacked me.
Oh,
and when she smacked me, she scratched me. She had these nails that were like real long, curly nails. When she smacked me, she smacked my face and dug into my face, and I turned around about 3 steps where there was people. Where the slide is, there's no people, so nobody can see you. You got to go like
So you're saying she assaulted you?
Right. She smacked me first.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I didn't talk to no lawyer or nothing. I didn't have nobody.
You swore that you spoke to a lawyer from the hospital. Is this a lie? Is this a lie?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Marty Hutnick is suing Connie Reese for putting her in a headlock and punching her face. She wants her medical bills paid.
So you're saying she assaulted you?
Right. She smacked me first.
And then what did you do?
I turned around, I walked up to her, and I said, no wonder why mothers are the way they are. The way the kids are today is because mothers like you. And I smacked her back in the face because she smacked me. And then I proceeded to walk away, and she grabbed me by my ponytail and scratched the back of my neck. And she's the one that was dragging me. I didn't have her in no headlock or anything like that. She had me by my hair, and she was dragging me. And we were both, I told her to let go, and we both let go, and she came back right after me I told her to let go. She come right back after me. And I told her friend, when her friend came charging after me, because it was a birthday party, and she had two friends that were there too, and they come charging after me and smacked me against the garbage can, which made my younger daughter fall, and I sat on her head, and she was sitting down there, and
this is after the other people were taking you off her.
Right. No, they were taking the girls off of me. A boy came in like 16 years old and got all three of the girls off of me because she was screaming down below because she was crunched between the garbage can.
So these are the questions that I have for you, because I read your answer. So these are two diametrically opposed stories about what happened.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
First of all, you swore to the truth of what's in this answer.
Right.
So it is true that you pled, in effect, guilty to criminal charges and were placed on probation, correct?
No, it's not correct. I was in the hospital for 30 days. The warrant after I got out of the hospital because I didn't appear to be able to have my side. I went right into the hospital that day.
Ms. Reese, let me see that. First, let me see the hospital record.
I don't have no papers. My attorney's out of town, and I try to get him. My attorney is out of town. He couldn't give me the papers.
Ms. Reese, you don't need papers from your attorney to prove to the court that you were in a hospital for a month as a result of this incident. Okay?
Well,
I'm going to read you some. You have what?
I got pills to show that I was in there. I'm still taking them.
Pills don't tell me when you went to the hospital and what you were doing in the hospital for a month. Because I'm going to read what you wrote. First, you say you were admitted to the hospital and stayed there for a month.
That's right.
And then you say that you spoke to your lawyer from the hospital. That's what you said here. But then you say that the reason that you didn't appear in court was because you were in the hospital and nobody told you about it. Because you were served with papers while you were in the hospital. That doesn't ring true to my common sense. Because if you had already spoken to a lawyer when you were in the hospital, you would have known about a summons or a warrant being issued for your arrest. So you already had a lawyer, according to you, when you were in the hospital. Is that right? That's what you swore to here.
Not in the hospital. At 2 weeks after I got out of the hospital, I was.
No, that's not what you wrote here. That's not what you.
I want to tell you, I got out of the hospital 2 weeks later, and
so
then
it's just a second. So you weren't in the hospital for a month. You were in the hospital for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, and then I was in therapy for 2 weeks.
So now, right now, you have two mistakes here in your sworn answer. You weren't in the hospital for a month. You were in the hospital for 2 weeks. And you spoke to the lawyer,
30 days.
What?
It's still 30 days I was in the hospital. I was in there admitted from morning till almost night every day for seizures. I'm
Miss
serious.
Reese, you were in the hospital now, according to you, for 2 weeks.
Right.
And according to you, you didn't speak to the lawyer from the hospital, even though that's what you wrote here. Because then you write.
Because I didn't have nobody. I didn't talk to no lawyer or nothing. I didn't have nobody.
You swore that you spoke to a lawyer from the hospital. Is this a lie?
Hospital.
Is this a lie?
It must have been a mistake. It's not a lie.
It was a big mistake, but it's very clear. You didn't say I spoke with a lawyer. You said I spoke with a lawyer from the hospital. Then you say, when you were released, you were arrested because you hadn't appeared in court. But that troubled me, because if you had a lawyer that you spoke to in the hospital, then you would have known that you had to appear in court. And then you write that you did go to court. I ended up with a lawyer who told me to plead no contest.
That's right.
And I had no idea what it meant, but I thought I could trust my lawyer.
Well, he wasn't a good lawyer. He ended up being barred from the association. That's why I went to a different attorney.
You know, you have a lot of stories. You have a lot of good answers for everything that I'm saying
I'm
to you.
telling you,
But then you went to court, and you appeared before a judge. And the judge explained to you what your rights were, correct?
That's correct.
Told you that you had a right to a trial, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you didn't want a trial.
No, I did not say I didn't want a trial. He told me just to plead no contest.
The judge never told you to plead no contest.
No, he didn't tell me. My lawyer told me.
Try to remember what the judge said to you. The judge said to you...
He asked me if I understood everything.
And what did you say?
And I told him no.
And you told the judge no, and the judge said, well, that's okay. Then I'm going to take your plea anyway. That's what you're telling me a judge said?
No, he explained to me.
Okay. And he explained to you that whatever, either no contest or pleading guilty, it's the same as a guilty plea, and you would be found guilty of these charges. Didn't the judge explain that to you?
Yes, he did.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You've got more stories than Carter has pills today for what you wrote in your answer. I didn't write that. I didn't mean that. I was in a hospital for a month. I have no proof.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Marty Hutnick says Connie Reese assaulted her after their daughters got into a fight at a birthday party.
After the judge explained that to you, you pled to these charges of assault. Isn't that right?
Because that's what my lawyer told me to say.
No.
He did.
No.
I don't know nothing about the law. He's the one that told me that.
You knew enough when you were in the hospital, according to the statement, to call a lawyer. Miss Reese.
No, I didn't talk to a lawyer until 2 weeks later, until I got out of the hospital.
It's your statement. I mean, this is so you have no proof to show me today that you were in the hospital, is that right?
I have no proof. I have proof that Olivia was in the hospital, but I don't have no proof that I was in the hospital. But
Olivia was in the hospital for what? That's your daughter?
Because I sat on her neck and put her neck into her all the way down, crunched her arms.
That doesn't tell me about you sat on her neck, but that doesn't tell me about what happened between the two of you. You pled guilty right now. There is a guilty plea. That is guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You have been found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of assaulting the plaintiff by your own admission. And until that is overturned, until you go back into court, if you plan to, and I don't even know if you can because you were placed on probation, is that right?
I'm off of it, yeah.
You were placed on probation. Yes,
I did.
Then there is no way that you can go back and have your plea expunged. So in 12 months, you didn't go back to court and ask to vacate your plea. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
And what did the judge say to you when you went back to court?
He told me to go to civil court.
So the judge refused to allow you to take back your plea. Is that right? The judge refused to allow you...
I wasn't there. My lawyer went there by himself.
Miss Reese, you cannot go back to court and ask to vacate your plea unless you're there. And in that way, you have to explain to the judge that you didn't understand what was going on, you were given bad advice, all those other things. You're coming to me today, and I'll tell you what the posture is of your side of this story. Okay. You pled guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to assault. You were sentenced, and in fact, you fulfilled your sentence because you served 12 months on probation.
My new lawyer is trying to get me off of all that, to remove it.
Your lawyer may try to get you all off. Right now, that is the posture in which you stand here today. Guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of this assault by your own admission. So I have no intention of entertaining your countersuit. All I can do is tell you this. Ms. Hutnick, your lawsuit is requesting your medical bills and a certain amount for pain and suffering in the amount of $1,750. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
When I came out here before, I said to you both that I am know what happens sometimes when kids get caught up in these things at playlands, etc. They should never escalate to a physical fight in front of children. That's outrageous.
I went right to the police station right after it happened.
Miss Reese, aren't you hearing what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
You pled guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
I wasn't in the right state of mind.
Well, I don't know whether you were in the right state of mind today, but right now,
today I am.
Right now, you pled guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before a judge who explained all of your rights to you. You've got more stories than Carter has pills today for what you wrote in your answer. I didn't write that. I didn't mean that. I was in a hospital for a month. I have no proof. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. I did talk to a lawyer in the hospital. I didn't talk to a lawyer in the hospital. Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,750. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will get
Swarthout versus Lee. Step forward, please.
Student filmmaker Miles Swarthout claims his producer, Michaelina Lee, stole money from his film's budget. She says she repaid any monies she took.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 377 on the calendar in the matter of Swarthout versus Lee. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats, please.
The two of you were involved, according to these papers, in the making of a movie, a short movie. You were a student, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
Got together some money, a budget of about $50,000, and you hired the...
About $63,000, Your Honor. Yeah.
63, it's even better. You hired the defendant.
No, I didn't hire her.
How did you come together with the defendant who also worked on this movie?
I'd known Miss Lee for a number of years when she lived out in Malibu. She had been a number of short-term jobs in the show business industry, and I knew that she had produced a short film prior to this. She had some experience doing it. So I asked her if she would volunteer to work with me, and she was quite enthusiastic about making another film. No, I did not pay her.
There was some sort of payment involved.
No, none. This is a student film, Your Honor. Everybody, the key people are working for free on this for the experience and for the credit.
What do you do with the $63,000 that you gathered?
This goes for 35mm film, to rent Panavision cameras, to rent very expensive equipment. Right.
And none of the actors who were in the film were paid either?
None of the actors were paid.
Okay. According to your complaint, she was co-signatory on the bank account that was set up to deal with the $63,000, and also did some of the purchasing, et cetera, for the project, and that she took without permission money from that account and also failed to repay certain loans that you authorized. Is that right?
That's correct.
Well, tell me about it.
We went through the class together, jumped all the hurdles, started making the film. We were chosen along with 4 other teams at UCLA to make the movie. She volunteered her apartment, the front living room of her apartment, to use as production headquarters. When the thing was getting going and underway, we got involved in the casting. She was helpful on that, working full-time. She had quit her job, her full-time job, after a pay dispute with her last boss. We got involved in the making of the film. I'm suing her on 6 different counts today for this equipment that was missing. I had to buy her a fax machine. She did not have one. I set up a fax line for her, a producer's manual, as well as a little accounting machine that she wanted. Miss Lee then sort of went Hollywood on us, unfortunately. She started taking herself to women in film luncheons. She took the other producer. She went to a full-day women in film seminar for $175 for networking purposes that had nothing to do with our motion picture. She went out to the Shambhala Wild Animal Preserve and bought $80 worth of personal souvenirs from our star, Tippi Hedren, a book about Shambhala and a film that Tippi had made. Had personal souvenirs, had nothing to do with this motion picture. As we were moving closer to production, she asked me to borrow the first month's rent, or February rent. I reluctantly agreed, but she was using Her living room was a production office, so I said, okay. She asked me the same thing in March, the next month.
How much was the rent?
$500 a month.
So that's $1,000 that you say is a
That's
loan.
$1,000 loan. The notations are right on the checks that she wrote in her handwriting, saying...
I assume you have the check.
Yes, I do.
Because the first few things that you're talking to me about, well, with the exception perhaps of the fax machine, which is expensive, you're really talking about change. You're talking about $80 and you're talking about $100. You know, I mean, I know those are little things. But here we have... Wish I could see without my glasses. But I can't.
And it says her notations on the bottom saying, loan to Michaelina.
Uh-huh.
Not a gift.
Mm-hmm. Well, that you have to...
That's her handwriting.
I see that. Okay. What else?
During the course of the production, the actual 7 days of filming, Michaelina dipped into the petty cash accounts and was treating herself to extra meals on the way home from the set. Most serious, I caught Miss Lee stealing money from the production account. I noticed on March 6th, with a quick check that I did on my ATM machine, that on the second month's rent that she took for $500, which I had agreed to, she tacked $317 onto this. I asked her what the extra $317 was for, and she said she had some personal bills to pay that month, and she didn't want to break a certificate of deposit that she had in her savings account. She didn't want to lose the interest. I yelled at her and told her to put the money back in the account immediately. 1 week later, she wrote a personal check for $400 and put the money back in the account and said she would not do it again. 4 days later, she started stealing from me again. She had her own private account at the Bank of America. She linked her credit card to this production account and started making unauthorized cash withdrawals. This happened 5 separate times, from amounts ranging from $20 to $120. When I caught this belatedly, because your bank statements come in 2 weeks later after the month, she wrote another check, personal check, for $100 to put the money back in the account. And that same day, that very same day she put the $100 back, she wrote another check to cash for $70. With the $500 that she put back in the account, she is still $127 short on personal monies that she took out. I called all 3 producers together. Miss Lee handed me over all the receipts, unsorted in an envelope that we've been trying to straighten out since, and she was relieved of her financial duties. I have been trying to clean up this mess ever since.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
If you found that he was, as you say, futzing around and not doing things quickly enough, you say, goodbye, I have to go get a job.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Filmmaker Miles Swarthout says producer Michaelina Lee embezzled money from his film budget.
All right, Miss Lee. That's a long story.
It is.
However, I have certain checks that clearly indicate a loan.
That's true.
And I looked at your answer, and not only do you have an answer, but you have a counterclaim. That's... I was not impressed with. But your answer says, well, they really weren't a loan.
That's correct.
Then why would you write loan on the check?
At the time I took them, they were going to be a loan. Then, because we were also supposed to... By the way, we didn't rent a Panavision. We rented an Aton, just so everybody knows.
Well, it's from Panavision.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway.
Type of camera.
Anyway. Hey, shut up.
Hey.
I'm sorry. Okay, anyway. We were supposed to film the movie in January. Okay, I don't have a trust fund. I got to work for a living. I've already done this once. I don't need the practice. I'm not a student. I mean, I was a student.
Just a minute.
Then
what did you do it for?
Out of friendship to him.
Baloney.
No, not baloney.
Oh, Miss Lee, listen to me. You don't quit your job and go into a project where you know you're not going to be compensated financially out of friendship. You know, you're not 18 years old. Mm-hmm. So don't give me a lot of baloney. Make sure when you talk to me, I don't want to hear from you now. We gave you time, uninterrupted. When did this $1,000 become a gift rather than the loan that you originally said it was?
The first one became one in the beginning of February, right after I took the loan, and the second one became one almost immediately after I took that loan, too.
Well, explain to me how that happened.
He said, you're doing such a good job, you don't have to pay it back. And also because of the fact that we were supposed to shoot the movie in January, but he kept putzing around and changing the script, and he couldn't make up his mind which actress he wanted, and he, you know, it was going on and on and on. That, I mean, I don't have a trust fund. I got to get money somewhere, and I couldn't work because of him.
Oh, no.
No, it was full time.
Miss Lee, we don't have servitude in this country anymore. So if you found that he was, as you say, futzing around and not doing things quickly enough, so you were going to be out of work for a longer period of time, you say, goodbye, I have to go get a job. Don't tell me you don't have a trust fund, which you've intimated in your answer says, well, he has a trust fund, so he doesn't have to work for a living. You are a grown-up lady, and if you didn't like the ground rules, all you have to do is say, listen to me, Miss Lee. I seriously question whether this man, who has kept to every last penny monies in his head, monies that you have allegedly taken in an unauthorized fashion, said to you, you're doing a great job, I'm going to forgive the loan.
Well, I have a witness.
Let me hear your witness. First, I hear witnesses' names.
Oh, excuse me. My name is Terrell Lewis. I was a production assistant. Mr. Swarthout. We went, myself, Mr. Swarthout, Michaelina, and the other producer, Mr. Swarthout. We went, myself, Mr. Swarthout, Michaelina, and the other producer, Miss Green. We went out to dinner. I rode with Mr. Swarthout to that dinner at Jerry's Deli, and he did inform me that he was paying Michaelina's rent because she wasn't working. She was paying his rent and helping her with his tuition, with her tuition for school.
It was school.
Tuition is one thing. Tell me the words that you remember that he said, sir.
As best as I can remember, he said, Michaelina hasn't been working. She's been working on this production all day. I've been helping pay her rent and helping her pay her tuition.
Okay. That doesn't say it wasn't a loan. But I understand what you're saying. He did, in fact, help you pay your rent by allowing you to make these loans. Have a seat. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
No.
Good. Have a seat. Thank you. Go ahead. Next.
Where were we?
Let's go to the fax machine.
Oh, the fax machine? That was supposed to be a thank you that I said, you know, I have to do this with a fax machine. I don't have one. You have to buy one for me, and I get to keep it. And he said, yeah, no problem.
Did you ever tell us you could keep the fax machine?
I agreed to. I said it was going to be a gift to her if she'd done a good job on the production. I had given her a gift beforehand. I gave all three producers $85 free years gift memberships in Independent Filmmakers West for the good job they were doing before we started.
Mr. Swarthout, listen to me. It's really important that when you tell a story, especially when you appear to have a favorable response from the person who's hearing your case, that you don't embellish the truth. You did make her the gift of the fax machine. I cannot envision you saying to her, I'm going to make you a gift of this fax machine if you do a good job on the production. That's not the way it's done out here in Hollywood, because everybody's very touchy-feely. Nobody says, though, would say that. You would say, you're going to have fax machine as a thank you. Right?
No, I did say that, Your Honor. We were working on the incentive plan here.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She got what she was working for. She got the publicity.
But no one wants to see the movie.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Student filmmaker Miles Swarthout says he used his own money to make a motion picture and that his producer, Michaelina Lee, stole from it.
Now, you took out money from this cash account.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were treating it as your own personal piggy bank. You were doing that even though you may have been putting money back.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's correct.
But you were treating it as your own little private thing. You needed 20 bucks, you took 20 bucks. So you said to you, better put it back, and then you put it back. And then you took another 50 bucks, and then you put back 30 bucks. Or you put that back 70 bucks. But you were treating it like a personal checking account. Right?
To get gas money to do his film.
No,
Yes.
Miss Lee.
Yes.
Well, if you were putting it for gas money, that's a legitimate thing that you can write
Yeah.
off to the company. We're not talking about that. We're talking about if you needed pocket money and you were a little short, you took out money and then you put it back.
Well, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Little teeny bit.
Miss
And
Lee,
most of it was
Miss
for
Lee,
gas money.
Miss Lee, the problem is when you take out a little bit, you see, and you're not 100% pure because you are using it in an unauthorized manner. Put your hand down. And you also feel as if, listen, they're using my apartment.
My car.
They're using your car.
My phone.
All with your permission. Right?
The permission was only given for the first couple months. It went on for 6 months.
Say goodbye.
I couldn't. I was enrolled in the class.
Say goodbye to the class. Say goodbye. I mean, you're not a 20-year-old student. Say
Not.
goodbye to the class. Say goodbye to the project.
You're
That's
right.
what happens when
I'm
you
not-
make a film, Miss Lee. I mean, I'm not a professional in this industry, but you hear all the time. Right,
Judge,
Bert? It goes on, and the budget was $1 million, then it turned into $30 million, then it was $30 million, it turned into $100 million. It was supposed to take 6 weeks. It took 6 months.
The
You
next
hear that
film
all
I
the
did
time.
came in on time and on budget.
Well, you must have been dealing with some genius because it
No,
never happens.
he was normal.
Miss Lee, if you're saying that the plaintiff wasn't normal, then you say goodbye.
You're right.
So you're right. Now, also, Mr. Swarthout, is this the first film that you've done?
Yes, the first one I've directed.
Then you should know this. Budget is a very difficult thing. And if you think that any judge is going to sit and go through $11.17,
Right.
$20.19, $33.14 to try to come up with the exact figure that you say this lady owes you, you got another thing coming. It's part of the package of making a movie that you have to figure certain expenses. Petty cash is that what we're talking about, petty cash. Now, what you did was wrong, but I'm not going to go through all this to figure out who owes who 20 bucks. You understand that.
Right.
Good.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Now, she clearly owes you for her rent. $1,000 for her rent. She clearly owes for that. And as far as the fax machine is concerned, which is the only other major expense that you told me about, I believe that you gave her that fax machine, as probably well you should if she allowed her home to be used as the hub of your production. So I'm discounting that. Now let me just address for a moment your counterclaim.
Okay.
Because I will address it very briefly. In order to be able to counterclaim, you have to have an agreement. And you had absolutely no agreement with him with regard to your phone bill, with regard to rent for your apartment, none whatsoever. Because you're counterclaiming for rent, a couple of $100 a month, right? Did you ever discuss that with him?
Yeah. It was on our original budget.
Rent for your apartment?
Rent for the office and in my apartment.
That he signed off on?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh.
I don't think so.
I'd love to see that.
I don't know if I have it. I brought everything except the original budget.
Can't help you there, Ms.
Yep.
Lee. Got to tell. Would you have written a loan on your check for rent if rent was included in the budget?
No,
and with all those documents that you have, and the main thing that you're asking for here is money towards your rent, your countersuit is for the rent, and that's the one piece of paper you didn't bring where he agreed to pay rent on your the plaintiff in the amount of $1,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
And parties on Davis versus Golden. Step forward, please.
32-year-old sales representative Fred Davis claims his former co-worker, Kendall Golden, deliberately keyed his car after she was fired from her job.
Order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 373 on the calendar in the matter of Davis versus Golden. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir, ma'am.
Mr. Davis, you and Ms. Golden had been co-workers, and you claim in your complaint that she purposely keyed your car, scratched it.
Scratched it, yes, ma'am.
She says she didn't do it. So, let me hear about why she would scratch your car. Did you see her scratch your car?
Yes, I have a witness that's seen her scratch my car.
Well, first tell me why you think she would want to scratch your car.
Well, we was co-worker at one time, and Ms. Golden is primarily responsible for answering phone and data entry. Her business, as far as with my company, is strictly upfront, answering phones and data entry. She has no business in the back of the warehouse at the particular time when she was seen in the back of our warehouse at all, period.
Why would she want to key your car, sir?
I have no idea. She felt that I had some sort of attitude towards her, which I did not.
What caused you to leave the job?
It was through a temporary assignment, and I got canned because of Fred Davis.
So you were fired because of him?
Yeah.
Why?
We weren't talking previously before I worked there, and as the months went on, he finally, said good morning, because he was the type of person that would walk by you and wouldn't say good morning. He had a major attitude. And so one morning he approached me and we began talking, and he would always come up to me and start saying how he needs a real good woman and how he's lonely, and he wants to know if I had any homegirls or friends I could set him up with.
Homegirls?
Yeah, that's what he said. That was his words. Do you have any homegirls that I could set you up with? So finally I introduced him to my friend Bridget, who's a good friend of mine. And they went out at a club, and she can tell you basically what kind of person he was with the attitude. And they didn't get along, so I guess he felt since their relationship didn't work out that I would have some reason to do something.
Well, what makes you think he had you fired?
Because I wrote him a note saying that he had a bad attitude. I would always tell him all the time, you have a bad attitude, maybe that's why you're by yourself. And so I wrote him a note because one morning he wouldn't talk to me when I was asking him. So I wrote a note and said, you have an attitude problem, that's why you're by yourself. And he showed it to my boss.
Did you show this note to your boss?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Here's the note right here.
Why did you show the note to your boss?
I have no idea what her intentions were. She seemed like she was upset about something. I have no idea what that might be. Just so that I don't have any kind of confrontation and everything is out in the open, I took that note and I showed it to her boss. Her boss said, well, we're not happy with her performance, and just hang tight and don't say anything to her. Just leave her completely alone. Don't have any kind of talkings or dealings with her.
And they fired her?
I knew already prior to me leaving that Friday that my assignment was over. So it wasn't like, because I didn't want to be there because it was only part-time, and the agency was finding me more hours.
All right, now this note was written on the 17th of November?
Yes, right around that time, yes.
When was your car keyed?
The 21st of November.
Were you still working there?
Yeah, that was my last day of work, that Friday.
Oh, okay. And you didn't see her key your car?
No, ma'am, I did not.
But you say you have a witness who did see her key your car?
Yes, I do.
Is that witness here?
Yes, he is right here.
Step up, sir. Tell me your name.
My name is Salvador Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez, do you work at the same place that these people work?
No, I don't.
Where do you work?
I work behind his company. I was around the area on lunchtime. I get off at 11:45 to 12:30, and I saw this lady around the time pacing in the back of his warehouse, like 3 or 4 times, and she decided to walk around to his car. But I didn't see her doing it, but I saw her around there, and then she left.
So, just a second. So you didn't see her do anything except be there?
Be there around his car.
Did you see her do any hand motions, or did you just see her there?
I saw her there. That's it.
I have something.
Yes.
Can you tell me what time he said that happened?
You said it was lunchtime.
Like around, it was around, I get off 11:45 to 12, 12:30, but she was around there around 12.
Okay, because at this time I usually go relieve the receptionist from the switchboard from 12 to 1. So I was at the front desk relieving her for lunch when that happened.
Do you have a car parked in that lot?
No, I parked my car in front of the building because they have parking for the employees, and I just decided to park on the street for the whole entire 4 months that I was there.
Had you ever seen her before?
No, that was the first time I saw her there.
How did you identify her?
Well, she was like, her hair, like, like down, tight, and then she was wearing like a sweater and then something black, like a skirt. I was seeing her like looking back and forth, walking around for a while. But
So
I didn't know what she was looking for.
Did you see her face?
Yeah, I did. But she like, round face, black,
When was the next time you saw her?
No, that was the first and last time I saw her.
Now, if you look at her now, is this the same lady that you saw? Are you positive of that?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Now, I want you to look at her. Are you positive that this is the same lady that you saw?
You don't know.
Sir.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes.
As you're standing here today, you're looking at the defendant. Is this the same person that you saw in the parking lot that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You sure about that?
Yes.
And
I have that was on a Friday, which was casual day, so I wouldn't go to work with a skirt and a sweater on. I had on just jeans and a regular old blouse because it was casual day.
How do you remember that?
Because it was the last day of my job. I mean, I was hurt. I remember the day. I have a son to raise. I count all my pennies, believe me.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You have a major attitude, and that was what this was all about. Setting you up with somebody.
Obviously, you can see who's got the attitude.
And later today.
How long did you go out with Mr. Charmer over here?
Not one day.
Not one day? You didn't go out with him at all?
Well, I did, but it was a mistake.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Fred Davis says former co-worker Kendall Golden damaged his BMW after she was fired from her job.
Miss Golden, this man has no axe to grind. He's not a friend. You're not a friend of his, are you?
I'm not.
He's just a civilian witness.
Mm-hmm.
And this clearly, you understand, Mr. Davis, is a case of circumstantial evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You had the opportunity. Based upon what you've both told me today, you certainly had the inclination because you think he was responsible for getting you fired.
No.
Oh, sure. But you seem to indicate that here, that he, and you indicated that to me.
But that was brought on, too, by him kept bugging me, constantly
Whatever it was,
asking me.
You thought that he was getting you fired. This was your last day of work. You just told me that you had no reason to be in the back parking lot because you park your car in the front, right? And I have an independent witness who saw you going back and forth in the back parking lot and around his car.
True. I don't even know where his car was. I don't even, I was at the switchboard. I didn't go outside, but one time to the warehouse.
I'm not so sure about that. Let me see the damage to your car.
Here's the estimate, and here is the pictures of my vehicle.
I mean, I have no reason to do anything like that.
Sure you did.
I do?
Sure you did. You absolutely did, because you were leaving a job. It was your last day.
But I knew already prior to that. No.
Oh, yeah.
I was in good standing with the company. The boss bought me lunch that day. He told me I can use him as a recommendation because I did good work for their company. So I left in good spirits. I got along well with everybody, and that was it. I never got into any altercations at all with anybody there.
I'm going to ask you one more time, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any question in your mind that this is the lady that you saw?
No, no question at all.
No question at all?
No.
Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,054.12, which is the amount of your estimate.
Thank you.
That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right, please.
I'm not one to point the finger unless
Yes,
I
you are.
feel.
You have a major attitude, and that was what this was all about. Setting you up with somebody.
Obviously, you can see who's got the attitude. I have not said nothing but, stated my case, and that's it.
And now the next case.
Parties on Guerrero versus Monroy. Step forward, please.
18-year-old telemarketer Mayolo Guerrero says his co-worker, 22-year-old David Monroy, assaulted him, breaking his jaw. David Monroy says Mayolo attacked him.
Mr. Guerrero, you claim that the defendant, who was a former co-worker of yours, assaulted you and fractured your jaw. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
He says that he just got in the first punch. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So why don't you start at the beginning, Mr. Guerrero, and tell me what happened?
Well, what all happened is a couple of months ago, the defendant was dating my sister, my twin sister, and they were dating for a couple of months.
Could you speak up, sir?
After a while, she didn't like the way he was treating her, and one night they had a discussion, and she told him that she didn't want to talk to him no more, and she hung up on him. He called back, later, a couple of minutes later. I guess he was mad. And I picked up the phone, and he said if he could speak with my sister. I replied that she didn't want to speak with him, and it was better if he didn't call no more. So he got mad, and he was pretty good friends with one of the managers of the place where we worked at.
So you both worked in the same place?
Yes, we did.
What kind of work did you do?
For a home improvement company.
What kind of work did you do?
Telemarketing.
Just telemarketing. Just...
Marketing?
Yeah, marketing.
On the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. You call people and try to convince them to have their home improved?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And
not try.
After that, he was pretty good friends with the manager, the office manager there, and I guess he got mad because of the incident. He got him to lay me off. So I got laid off. After that, I went somewhere else, right? Looked for another job. A week later, I returned to the office to pick up a check for a sale that I had made. And when I finished, talking to the office manager, as I was leaving the office, Mr. Monroy approached me, and he asked me if he could talk with me for a couple of seconds. So I said, yeah, it was fine. We were walking out, and as he was on my left side walking, and all of a sudden we got to a hall, and as we got to the hall, he came behind me, and out of nowhere, he hit me on my right side here. I then fell down. I hit my head against the wall, and then he yelled something about I've never done something about how he never did anything to me, and then he took off. I went to the hospital to see if anything was wrong with it, and they checked it out, and they said it was fractured, and I was in there overnight for 2 days. I couldn't return to work because my jaw was wired shut for 3 weeks.
I'll look at your medical bills in a minute. Okay, sir, let me hear your version of what happened. Over here.
Well, what happened was that we used to work at a different company before, and then I went to this other company, and I decided to get him a job over there because I was trying to help the guy out, whatever. And I was seeing his sister, but I was seeing other females as well, you know what I'm saying, and I kept that all open. And he didn't like that because he'd hear about my stories and da-da-da. And,
No.
And,
not yada. We're not watching Seinfeld, sir. This is a court.
Yeah.
All right?
I mean,
so,
all right.
No, Mr.
Anyway,
Monroy,
so
Mr.
I let
Monroy,
him know.
try not to speak over me. You were dating his sister.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're saying to me is that at work, when you were working together, you were talking to him about other women that you were dating too.
No, I wasn't. I didn't say that.
Well, what were you
I said I was
saying?
talking about other females, and he overheard me. He heard me, and telling other people that I work with, just my dates or whatever. I just, go out on a date. And anyway, he didn't take that too well, so he would just start talking, bad about me, just saying bad things. You know what I'm saying? Just rude things that,
Let me give me an example.
Just things that piss me off, just whatever, just things, what I'm saying? I can't sit here and tell you, exactly, he said this and that, because I wrote it down, what I'm saying? No, I didn't write it down. I mean, this is what I told him. I said, you keep doing this, coming to my job, because he didn't work there no more. He kept coming back, trying to get his job, and trying to get a job.
No,
So
I'm
what
telling him to be
happened-
quiet. I'm engrossed in your story, Mr. Monroy. So he kept coming back to
Anyway,
try to
he
get
kept
his job.
coming back, harassing me. Okay,
So far, I haven't heard him harass you. All I heard was a lot of yada, yada, yada. So unless you
well,
could
that's
be more
what harassing
specific.
means now. And so then that's what happened. So I took him out. He came by one day.
No,
and I took him
came by
outside.
one day.
I told him I want to talk to you outside because I already had notified him about bringing this kind of problems in my job, you know what I mean, telling my boss that I smoke whatever and whatever, you know, just causing problems.
Just a second. Do you?
Of course not. I would never.
Never, never.
You know?
Never, never, Mr.
never.
Monroy.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
How old are you?
21.
Better change your ways, sir, if you want to live to be 22.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy.
Mayolo Guerrero wants his co-worker, David Monroy, to pay the medical bills for breaking his jaw.
So you asked him to step outside with you, right?
Well, basically, yes. I told him to go outside.
And what happened when you got outside?
Well, we just were outside and
No,
we were walking.
over here.
Check it out. Okay. We're outside, okay? We walk outside. And he's real paranoid because he already knew I was going to, you know what I mean? So he turns around and I just, did what I do. How else do you want me to put it, Judge? You know what I'm saying?
So you hit him. Right?
That's what this is all about.
So you hit him.
Uh-huh.
Boy, I wish I could send him for a blood test right now. Mr. Monroy.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you were arrested, sir?
Never been arrested, convicted.
I didn't ask you whether you've ever been convicted, sir.
I told you I've never been arrested or convicted.
Never?
Well, as an adult, no.
Can I see your medical bills, please?
This here was the before one, and this is the after the one that my medical insurance didn't cover.
Mr. Guerrero, your medical bills that were uncovered amounted to $2,433. Is that right, sir?
Mm-hmm.
They were uncovered by insurance.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, Mr. Guerrero, you sued for the exact amount of your unreimbursed medical bills. Could you tell me why, sir, you didn't sue him for the pain and suffering? I assume you had some pain and suffering. I'm just curious.
I did. To this point, I just wanted to get the medical bills out of the way. That was my main priority. I didn't really care if I got anything from my pain and suffering or lost wages or anything like that. I just wanted
Are you
to
his
get
sister?
Mm-hmm.
Yes is an appropriate answer. Step up here a second. What's your name?
Yolanda Guerrero.
How old are you?
18.
How long did you go out with Mr. Charmer over here?
Not one day.
Not one day? You didn't go out with him at all?
Well, I did, but it was a mistake.
I asked you, how long did you go out with him?
Just for about a month and a half.
Did he ever use drugs in your presence?
Yes, he did.
What kind?
It's not even relevant, though, man.
What kind?
Marijuana.
Anything else?
Not that I remember.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
All right. You say he assaulted you? I don't know what his defense
All of a
is to
sudden,
this.
I was
I don't
high
know.
when I did it, too, huh?
I don't know what his defense is. I couldn't figure out from the answer what his defense
There
was.
wasn't no defense, you know what I'm saying? He came to my job where I work at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we fought, so, what can you expect if you're coming, you know what I'm saying? Coming to somebody telling him, oh, you're my sister, da-da-da. You know?
How old are you?
21.
Can I
Better
say
change your
something?
ways, sir, if you want to live to be 22. Listen, it's not a very difficult case. The judgment in this case is for the plaintiff for the amount requested, which represents his unreimbursed medical bills, $2,433. That's all.
All right, sir, excuse you. May step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Party's on Griffin versus Edwards. Step forward, please.
26-year-old creative assistant Shelley Griffin wants $5,000 from 30-year-old engineer Eric Edwards for breaching an agreement to support her in his San Diego home.
Order. All rise. Yeah, this is case number 299 on the calendar in the matter of Griffin versus Edwards. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. As I see.
Now, Miss Griffin, I'm going to be honest with you. I understand what you say in your complaint.
Right.
But I don't believe that this states a legal cause of action. You're suing him because you say that he enticed you to leave your home in one place in California and move to San Diego because he said you were going to marry.
Right. Okay.
And that didn't work out, so you want $5,000.
Actually, the $5,000 is for costs incurred by me after I left my job, my home, moved to San Diego, and then 6 days after I arrived in San Diego, he basically threw me out. I was ineligible for unemployment because I resigned my position. I had nowhere to live, and I had no source of income. So I left, I was left basically with nothing. He promised me that if things didn't work out between us, that I could still stay with him until I got on my feet in San Diego. That did not happen.
Let me hear about this conversation that you had. You met when?
I'm going to say approximately about a year ago. We were just friends for some time before we started dating.
And then you started dating, and it was a long-distance dating relationship. Is that right?
Right. It was very short.
What do you mean it was short?
It was very short, a very short courtship.
It was a long-distance dating relationship, though.
Right.
You lived in Los Angeles, and you live in San Diego. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So it was a short relationship before he asked you to come down to San Diego?
Yes.
How long?
Approximately a month to 2 months.
How old are you?
I'm 27. I'll be 27 next week.
So you know the guy a month, and he tells you what?
He says that he wants me to move to San Diego, move in with him. He wanted to marry me. This is typically something that I would never do, but unfortunately I made the mistake, or the decision to do it, believing him, and 6 days later I was with nothing. I lost my deposit on my apartment because I had to forfeit my lease. I had no source of income whatsoever for food, for anything. He knew that when I came down to San Diego and agreed that I could stay there until I got on my feet. And that was the agreement.
What do you mean until you got on your feet? I thought he invited you to come down to marry him.
Yes, until I got a job and was able to support myself again.
So what he said was, if you come down and if you don't have a job, we'll live together and I will support you until you get on your feet. Is that what you're telling me?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what happened? 6 days later, you say within 6 days it went sour. What happened in those 6 days?
Well, the way I recall it, we had a small disagreement earlier that morning. We had planned on going jet skiing that afternoon. I went and borrowed a wetsuit from someone, and I came home. There was a locksmith there, and all of my things were in trash bags in the middle of the living room.
What happened?
Didn't go exactly that way, Your Honor. Well, right from the very beginning, she said to me she was very dissatisfied with her job or living in L.A. All of her friends were in San Diego. She had no friends in L.A. She didn't like L.A.
Had you lived in San Diego before you moved to
Yes,
Los
I had.
Angeles?
About a year before that.
Okay, go ahead.
She asked me my opinion, and I said, you should come to San Diego.
Look at me, sir, not the floor.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I suggested that if she wanted to, she could stay with me while she looks for a job, but not, it wasn't indefinite, it was temporary.
Had you discussed marriage?
No, absolutely not. No, no.
He even told me that he saw a ring that one of his best friends, I believe his name was Luigi, that he gave to his wife. He said, how does 2.5 carats sound? The sooner I get a ring on your finger, the happier I'll be. Let's go to Vegas tomorrow. I mean,
Your Honor, that's untrue.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I was literally in fear she was going to poison my food or something or ruin my... I'm not kidding. I was actually scared of this woman.
And later today...
Did you ever hear the expression, it ain't over till it's over?
I guess...
Did you ever hear that?
Yes.
It's over!
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Shelley Griffin says she gave up her job to move in with Eric Edwards after he promised to take care of her. Eric says he was just helping a friend by letting her stay with him for a short time.
Let's get to the separation. I'm curious as to why you took her things and put them outside.
Okay, well, I helped her move all weekend, the weekend of August 3rd. I spent my entire weekend, rented a truck, did everything, moved her, and I noticed at the end of the day, after being totally beaten down, worn from doing this, that she never even so much as thanked me. And I said sarcastically, "Thanks, Eric," and she jumped down my throat for that. So that was one thing. There was flags all along the way, though. Right after she moved in, her mood was extremely negative and volatile. I couldn't do anything without wondering if she's going to jump down my throat about the smallest things. By Tuesday, we had broken up. And I said, "Listen, if you can just be nice and don't ruin my place, you can stay here while you're looking for a job still." Well, things just got worse, Your Honor.
How worse?
Well, I was literally in fear she was going to poison my food or something or ruin my... I'm not kidding. I was actually scared of this woman because there was no rhyme or reason why she would get extremely upset. And she was constantly negative.
Your Honor, can I... No? Okay.
Finally, we were split up, and I decided, okay, I'm going to try to make the best of a bad situation here, and I took her out platonically out Friday night to get some food and go to a club and stuff. The next day, I was going to take her to get some breakfast, and she, for no reason, just went berserk.
How berserk?
I had a cell phone in my car, and she said, "Oh, well, you got that so your other girlfriends can call you now?"
Oh, because they were calling.
Your Honor, they were not.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the beautiful dress, Eric.
Miss Griffin.
Your Honor, I don't know what she's talking about.
Go ahead.
There's no other women calling me.
Whatever.
And we were, anyway.
You're not married.
She just went crazy, and she slammed my door when she got out to the car and said a bad word, and I just had enough. I just was like, I was living like a prisoner in my own home.
All right, it didn't work out.
And
so you took her stuff.
I took her stuff, only the shelved stuff. I didn't take any of the hung stuff, and I put the shelved stuff in bags. She got most of it that day. She got the rest of it the following day, and within a week, she had it all.
Okay.
So,
Miss Griffin.
It's obvious to me that he's delusional.
Miss Griffin, it doesn't make any difference whether he's delusional or not. You don't get compensated for making a bad mistake.
May I say that the day after he threw me out, I called him, and the woman that had called me the week that I was there, while he was out running around during the day, and said, "Is Eric there?" "No." "Would you tell him thank you for the beautiful dress? I love it." So I confronted him with, her name is Sally. She said, "Tell him Sal called." The day after he threw me out, I called there. It was quite late at night. She picked up the other phone. She was there.
So what?
Well, this may be why...
Just a second.
Maybe why I was thrown out. I don't know. But, Your Honor, when I was living there...
Let me ask you a question, madam. He doesn't look like he's a nut. He did come to Los Angeles from San Diego with a truck, correct?
Right.
And he packed your stuff with you?
No, he did not pack.
He schlepped your stuff on the truck?
Barely.
Miss Griffin, let's not play with each other.
We split the cost of that, by the way.
I don't care whether you split the cost or not. It wasn't his stuff. It was your stuff.
Right.
He's not moving himself. He was moving you. So he doesn't sound like a nut to me. He sounds either he too made a mistake because he took a weekend, whatever it was, came to Los Angeles, helped you move, rented a truck, moved whatever items you had, whether they be boxes or clothes or furniture or appliances or whatever else it was. He didn't do that because he intended 6 days later to throw you out.
Right.
So clearly, it wasn't working out.
That's right.
Good.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't drink at all. I'm very, very straight, and she loves to party.
And later today...
He had a relationship that was 4 years long. He doesn't understand that it's finished.
No, he doesn't.
It's finished.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Shelley Griffin wants $5,000 from Eric Edwards for breaching an agreement to support her in his San Diego home. Eric says he was just helping a friend by letting her stay with him for a short time.
It didn't work out for whatever reason. You don't get compensated for that, just like you don't get compensated for a bad marriage. This was even hardly a relationship. You had dated him for a month.
I understand that it didn't work out, but the only thing that I'm here for is the cost that I incurred because I was left in a position that he promised me I would not be in.
Look, madam, you're an adult. You're 27 years old. If you made a mistake in judgment and after a month decided to move back to San Diego, where you had come from, that's your mistake in judgment. You don't get compensated for that. You were in a relationship, according to you, for a month with this man. And you want to be compensated for leaving your job, for relocating, for finding another apartment. I mean, the alternative to that is to have stayed in an apartment with him.
Right, that was...
Which was untenable for both of you. So, Ms. Griffin, get on with your life. This case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right, please.
I don't drink at all. I'm very, very straight. And she loves to party. And she's not the same person, needless to say, when she's partying, and she does that practically daily. I think she's a little bit in need of therapy.
And now the next case.
Parties on Kelly versus Boyda. Step forward, please.
25-year-old student Mike Kelly says his ex-girlfriend, 24-year-old Nicole Boyda, won't return his possessions. Nicole claims Mike slammed her head on the floor.
Mr. Kelly, you and the defendant lived together for about 4 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
According to the papers that I've read, there was some very bad altercation that you had. Some property was destroyed. You left.
Right.
You got a restraining order.
Yes, I did.
And when you left, there was some property in the defendant's possession that you say is solely yours.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Kelly, tell me about the altercation and the property destruction.
Well, to start, we had a really good relationship for quite a long time. Leading up to this, we hadn't been getting along for, I'd say, about a year. And what we had decided to do, or I guess what it came down to, is that I would move out and leave her the apartment that we were both living in. Within a matter of about a month, I found a place and moved out. And about 2 weeks later, I had come back to get a motorcycle and some other belongings.
Okay, so you came back after 2 weeks to get the rest of your stuff.
Right.
What happened?
I was trying to talk to Nicole. I knocked on the door. She came out. We talked for just a second, and she went back in. And I knocked again. She came out. After about the third time, I was just aggravated. There's belongings of mine in there, and I kicked the door. It broke, and I left. And I found out later that I broke it pretty well.
Okay, that she had to pay for.
Yes, she did.
Okay. It was because of that incident that you got a restraining order?
Yes. Well, there was a lot of abuse that led up to me asking Mr. Kelly to leave.
What kind of abuse?
Well, there's one incident around December of '94, which I have medical reports, where he slammed my head into, we lived in the basement, so it was a cement floor covered by carpeting. When I asked Mike to leave, it was it was the first week in February. I asked him to leave in a month. I gave him a month.
Of '97?
Yes.
Well, Miss Boyda, you just told me about something that happened in 1994. You don't expect to drag up all those things that happened in 94, 95, 96, 97, and expect to be compensated for them now, do you?
Well, most of the compensation has been from the time that the door was broken until this point. On the time he broke the door, I got the restraining order, and he continued to contact me after that. As a matter of fact, I received a postcard in the mail yesterday from Mike.
That said what?
Would you like me to present it to you?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And I also received a card from him right before the case.
I'll see both.
The reason I keep having communication is that I care about her, and there was a really good friendship there that was lost, and I wish it hadn't turned out like this. And
well, I'm looking at this postcard. I mean, this isn't a threatening postcard. He's really professing nice things to you, right?
I don't see it that way. Pulsing through my veins as if caffeine, that scares me.
Well, this is the way you hear it, that this isn't a threat or a nasty postcard. Okay, let's take a look at number 2. But listen to me, Mr. Kelly. Did you ever hear the expression, it ain't over till it's over?
I guess.
Did you ever hear that?
Yes.
It's over. Miss Boyda.
Yes.
This is a lovely card.
It is.
It's a card from somebody who still professes to have very strong feelings for you. And there's nothing threatening about it. So, you had a relationship that was 4 years long. He looks like he's a pretty decent person. You may have had arguments, whatever. He doesn't understand that it's finished.
No, he doesn't.
It's finished. Okay? Now, how much did the dog cost you, Miss Boyda?
$250.
You have a receipt for that?
Yes, I do.
Can I have it, please?
I have a check. I paid restitution to the court for that. That's what I was ordered to do, along with the restraining order.
Okay, so you paid for the door.
Yes.
So just a
It's
second, Miss Boyda, he paid for the door?
I haven't received payment for
We
it.
both talked to
the
the court, and it's just takes a long time.
But you sent the check in.
Yeah, I was ordered to pay it by September 1st, and I paid it August 28th. That's the only sort of written
Okay.
notification.
Yes, he
that I
did.
have.
$250, so you should be getting it. The district attorney's not going to hold on to your check.
Okay.
Cross that off my list. I don't have to do any subtraction, which makes me very happy. Now, Miss Boyda, do you have his computer?
Yes, but the computer was stolen from the University of New Mexico. New Mexico.
I have.
Computer is his computer?
Yes.
As between yours and his, it's his?
I would say so, yes.
Good. So you're going to return it to him. Right?
Sure.
His software and accessories that go with the computer?
He can have it all.
Perfect. Gas grill.
That was a gift from my father.
He can have it.
Gas grill goes back. Mr. Kelly, you have other miscellaneous items that I'm not going to ask you because I don't need a laundry list of stuff. But you do have snow skis and boots that you bought for Nicole, which she promised to repay and hasn't paid in full.
Right, correct.
Go ahead. Let me hear.
That's it. She has made payment, so obviously there was an agreement there.
How much is owed on it?
I think it's about $300. I think it's more than that, but $300.
Do you owe him
would be
that
fine.
money?
$300.
You owe him that money? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
You really look like two nice people. And it's unfortunate that you had to come to court to resolve this stuff, which is really, after a 4-year relationship, we're not talking about much.
I guess the mistake was getting in a relationship with a good friend.
Well, sometimes good friends become the best kind of long-term relationships, lifetime ones. This one didn't work out, Mr. Kelly. And I know that you're sad about it. And I assume that Miss Boyda is sad about it also, because she also invested 4 years. So you have to move on, you know. And if it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. There's somebody else nice out there for each of you, because you both look like, as I said, decent people. All right. Within a week of today's date, Miss Boyda, you're going to return to Mr. Kelly his computer software and accessories, his gas grill, plus pay him the $300 that you owe him for, that you acknowledge that you owe him for the boots. Understood? Thank you. That's all.
Party's executed. Party's on Lombard versus Romano. Step forward, please.
33-year-old Lauren Lonborg is claiming her former lover and business partner, Charles Romano, assaulted her. She also says he owes her money for bailing him out of jail and for a computer.
Order. All rise. Judges number 61 on the calendar in the matter of Lonborg versus Romano. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Have a seat, sir.
I've read your papers, and I'm trying to decipher them. A little complicated. What I gather, Miss Lonborg, is that you were both in a romantic and business relationship with the defendant.
That's correct.
How long was the romantic relationship?
We started dating in February of '95, and
And when did you go into business together?
June 30th, July 1st of '95.
And that was a pool business?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
According to your complaint, sometime in '95, the defendant was using your van.
Right.
Stopped for speeding. You had some outstanding warrants from tickets. And you bailed him out.
Right.
How much did you pay for the bail?
For that one in July, it was $2,050.70.
All right, let's take that one first, sir. Tell me about that incident with the van.
I got pulled over. It was towed due to no license. I wasn't
No, you had no license.
Correct, I had no license. Okay. I don't think I was arrested that day. I'm not sure. They did tail the van. We got it back. But as I was taking care of tickets, since I had a lot of failure to appears, and these tickets were 5 years old, they decided they wanted to hold on to me when I went in to take care of them. And that's when the bail was, that's when she would bail me out.
Bailed you out and paid the tickets.
Right.
Did you pay her back?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
Let me see.
Okay. Well, through our business relationship, Mrs. Longmore ran the business and was paying herself back for many other things, but also the tickets. I do have the business books here, which is in her writing.
Your Honor,
just a minute. You say she was paying herself back through writing checks.
To herself, correct. Marked loan payment.
Is that correct?
This was a personal loan guaranteed by him to pay me back from his personal funds, not through the business.
Well, did you take any money out of the business other than your salary?
I have not taken a penny out of the business for a salary. I loaned the business initially $4,000 to buy the first route.
Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And $25,000 in January of '96 to buy a second route. The loan payments that are coming out of this checkbook for the business were for the purchase of prior pool businesses. Has nothing to do with his personal legal problems.
There came a point in time, I assume, when the two of you romantically separated, and I assume at that time...
There was some disagreements. He's a very hostile and angry person and very manipulative. He lived in my home with his children. In my home, I cared for them and paid for them, and I did many things for him. And he did some things for me, helped me take care of my daughter. And I had a zero tolerance for drug use, and he came home one time after he'd gotten stoned with his buddies, and I had packed up all his stuff to move him out, and when he came home, he just packed it, he just moved it right back in and said, never do that again. So that was October of '95. So I've been patiently trying to resolve these conflicts and working on it, and it's just been very difficult. He's very manipulative, and he knows my vulnerabilities, and he presses on them.
Were you paid back all of the money that you put into the business?
No, ma'am.
You told me it's about $29,000 that you put into the business.
Plus the van, right.
Plus the van.
Which he sold.
Did you sell the van?
Yeah. She signed the pink slip in a bill of sale. It was paid for. I didn't sell it. I traded it in. I bought a pool truck.
I changed the name after the assault where he beat me up.
When was that?
This particular assault was December 19th of '96.
Was he arrested for this assault on you?
He was, yes. And he made bail. And the person that bailed him out that time got paid back within 10 days.
What happened with that case?
He pled guilty on June 16th, and he got 1 year and 5 days suspended sentence, 3 years probation.
Is that correct, sir?
Here, if you want to know what I got, I'll give it to you right here.
I don't know. I want to know if you pled guilty. You don't have to look in your papers for that.
I didn't assault her, first of all.
You didn't assault her?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
But you pled guilty to it?
Yeah. He beat me up 3 times within a 15-hour period. He made bail and went right to my apartment and beat me up again, and that's when he stole the van the first time.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
There's pictures and everything. It's
incorrect.
There's a huge case down in
Mr. Romano,
yes,
you pled guilty to the assault. Is that correct?
No, those charges I don't know what I pled to. It wasn't those original charges. I was charged with assault with a deadly weapon, which I was.
What was the deadly weapon?
It's supposed to be a bat.
A baseball bat.
My child's bat.
No, it's a Louisville Slugger.
Where did he hit you with it?
On the leg right here.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
You have to have witnesses in order to establish that to me.
Phone numbers. Give them a call.
You give him a call. That's not my job. My job is to hear this case, sir.
And later today,
Miss Marion, you can collect cans in the street and get $15 a week. You have to work and earn $15 a week because you have an obligation.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Former business partners and lovers, Lauren Lonborg and Charles Romano, are fighting over business debts, a computer, and bail money.
Miss Longborn, right now I have on your side $2,060.70. Now I'm going to hear about this cross-complaint. Mr. Romano, you are cross-complaining against her in the amount of $2,100 because you say she wrote letters to your accounts.
Yeah, she wrote it.
So let me hear about that.
She wrote a letter, pretty nasty letter.
I have the letter.
Yeah, I've got a copy also.
Mhm.
Pretty nasty, stating a lot of falsehoods, making it look like I had beat her up, put her in the hospital for 10 days.
Well, let me take a look at it.
Mrs. Longborg had some stability problems early in our relationship.
Let me read the letter.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you'll come back.
Okay.
Well, you seem to, in a chronological order here, describe not only your business, but your personal relationship with the defendant.
Right.
Something, quite frankly, Ms. Longbor, I don't understand. I don't understand why you would have sent the letter talking about the fact that he beat you up, talking about the fact that you were hospitalized for 10 days.
Because I throw the hospitalization in because that's when a lot of everything happened.
Your daughter, who was 9 years old, died.
That's correct. And I was a wreck. And that's when he took advantage of me.
That is not true. Mrs. Longborg stayed with me after her daughter passed on, and after she got out of the hospital for 2 weeks in March, from March 15 on, she was getting kicked out of her apartment.
Well,
and
listen to me, it sounds to me as if she has had a very difficult time.
Yes, she has, definitely. And
I mean, you lose a child, that's the most difficult thing in the world.
This child was severely handicapped. She was a special child to me and my children. I love this little girl just as much as anybody. She was taken to my mother's daycare. I treated her just like she was one of my own.
That's all true, but it doesn't give him license to steal everything from me.
Why did you write this letter?
At the time, the DA had assured me that this was going to trial. This was the 5th trial date, and that Wes was looking. I didn't say he was going. I said it was told to me that he may be spending as much as up to 1 year in prison or in jail for these crimes. Wes was making arrangements with his buddies to take over the accounts, which these are incredible estates, and I would not trust his buddies.
Ms. Longmore, there is something disingenuous about what you say to me. I'm going to tell you why, madam. Because if your concern was for the business, a very simple letter to the clients indicating that there may be an interruption in service. I cannot vouch for the personnel who are going to be dealing and servicing with the accounts, and since you've been dealing with me over the phone, I want to let you know I am no longer associated with the business and cannot personally vouch for the people who will be servicing your pool in the event that Mr. Romano is not with us for a year. You instead chose to, in a very systematic way, allow these strangers into your private life.
That was my choice.
Well, now, you have to establish to me, sir, that you had some loss as a result of that.
Well, I lost, it has changed. I lost one more customer as of this letter.
Well, you're going to have to establish to me that your loss of business was as a result of this letter.
Right here. Here's these people. As this gentleman was with me as we're on the route, people are coming out. Hey, what's this letter? Are you going to jail or not?
Now, listen to me, sir. You have to have witnesses in order to establish that to me.
This gentleman right here witnessed. They said, I don't want service anymore. I don't want to get in the middle of this. I'm sorry. Thank you for your service. Goodbye.
Now, listen to me. They have to come to court.
They don't want to get in the middle of it. They don't want to come to court.
Well, they may not want to get in the middle of it, but you've established one part of your claim. The second part of your claim is that as a result of that, you lost business.
Phone numbers. Give them a call.
You give them a call. That's not my job. My job is to hear this case, sir. Your job is to bring witnesses into a court so that I can question the people and make a determination as to their veracity and what motivated them and ask them the questions, not somebody who overheard them. That's why we do not allow hearsay in a court.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And later today...
She got a payment once every month. And if she didn't, she sure got on my case and got it somehow.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Former business partners and lovers, Lauren Lonborg and Charles Romano, are fighting over business debts, a computer, and bail money.
Unless the clients are here to tell me that they stopped using your services, sir, because of this letter, I am not entertaining your cross-complaint. I mean, I think that the letter was in terrible, was very poor taste, very bad judgment, and certainly unprofessional.
I felt no other alternative.
She's trying to slander my name for me to lose customers because she has nothing to lose. She is not part of the business. She is no longer part of the business as of December, and she's merely just trying to ruin my name.
How do you determine that?
Miss Longborn.
Sorry.
I'm not getting into whether you own any piece of this business or not. Certainly, if you owned a piece of the business and you wrote that letter, that would be dumber than dumb. Mr. Romano, I'm going to tell you right now, I do not believe, sir, that the plaintiff has been paid back all of the money that she loaned the business to start it. You can't even look me square in the eye and say she's been paid back all the money. But that is not the subject of this lawsuit, because that's far more than the jurisdiction of this court. I am entertaining your application for the money that he owes you as a result of the personal loan that you made to him for his bail and for the tickets, because I really don't believe that you have been paid back for that. So I'm awarding you a judgment in the amount of $2,060.70. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. I'll back up to your right, please.
I have zero tolerance. You knew that on the day one.
I smoke pot once in a while. Shoot me. You want to do it right now? Shoot me.
Am I done?
And now the next case.
All parties on Olson versus Marion. Step forward, please.
34-year-old Brenda Olson is suing her childhood friend, Nikki Marion, for not repaying a loan. Nikki says she doesn't have the money or a job.
According to your complaint, Miss Olson, the defendant was a childhood friend of yours. And there came a time when she needed some money and you lent her money.
Correct.
She refuses to pay you back. So tell me about the loan. When was it made? Why?
Well, she came to me. She was back payments on her house that she had just bought, and then her car had been breaking down and stuff. So she needed some money to repair her car and to catch up on her house payments so she wouldn't lose her house. So I borrowed her the money on one of my credit cards.
How much money?
At the time, it was about $3,098. As time went on, she paid, wrote checks to my credit card and everything was going good, and then she wrote some bad checks to them, and I got bad credit over the deal. So she written them an apology letter, which I brought with me, too. And she got my credit all good again, and then she started sending them money orders. And just recently, like about 4 or 5 months ago, she lost her job, and she told me that she just couldn't pay me anymore, and so I asked her to borrow the money from her parents because I couldn't afford to pay it all off either. And if I would have paid monthly, I would have been ending up paying more than I ever borrowed her. And she told me that she asked her parents, and her parents said no, and that she just wasn't going to pay me. So I told her I was going to take her to court. She said, well, get in line with everybody else that had judgments against me. So I felt hurt because I did it as a friendship thing and wasn't going to see my money.
How much money in total does she owe you now?
Now, whole total, probably about $3,600.
Do you have proof of that?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see the proof of that, please, and I would like to see the letter of apology that she sent to you. Thank you. Miss Marion, how come you borrowed this money from your friend? You did borrow it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, how come?
To have my car fixed and to make some payments on my house.
Wasn't there anyone else you could have asked for the money? Relative? Parents?
No.
Why?
My parents won't borrow me money.
Have you borrowed money from them before?
Years ago.
Did you pay them back?
No.
Is that one of the reasons why they won't lend you money again? Okay. So you went to your friend, and she lent you the money.
Correct.
So why don't you pay her back this money?
Well, first of all, I don't have a job, and I have no income.
Why not?
Because I was laid off of my job of 7 years.
When?
In November.
Let's talk about before November. You weren't paying her back before November.
That's not correct. Prior to November, I was paying her. I was giving her cash and money orders when I could.
When you could?
Well, she got a payment once every month. And if she didn't, she sure got on my case and got it somehow.
You seem to have a resentment when you say she got on my case.
Yeah, because this is I don't know, it's a rivalry for us. I mean,
Why?
Because it's back and forth. I've lent her money, she pays me, I've lent money, it's back and forth. It's been for years.
How much money did you lend to her?
Over the years, I don't have a true record of it. We've known each other since we were little kids.
I'm talking about big money, Miss Marion. I mean, did she ever borrow $1,000 from you?
No. I'd say in the hundreds.
Paid you right back, though.
And she paid you back?
Yes.
Well, that's the problem. What's your excuse? What's your defense to this case?
I don't have a job, and I can't pay her the $50 a month that she wants. And when I lost my job, I called her and asked her if I could pay her less than that, and her attitude was fine.
That's what the interest is on the credit
card. And then 2 weeks later, she calls me, and all of a sudden, I'm taking you to court, and blah, 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 blah. And I didn't ask to never pay her. I asked to pay her less until I got a job.
She has to pay these bills on her credit card because this money was borrowed on her credit card.
She chose to put it on her credit card. Thing is, I didn't go up to Brenda Olson and say, Brenda, please borrow me money. Brenda knew my situation. Brenda offered to borrow me the money. How she chose to get the money, how she chose to get the money was her choice. If she chose to put it on a 17% credit card, that's her choice. I didn't ask her to do that.
Judge Judy is ready to rule.
How much are these monthly payments that you have to make?
At least $60 because $35 is interest alone. How are you ever going to get it down?
So you have to pay at least $60 a month. Most of it is interest, but some of it is principal.
Sure.
$60 a month. Now, I'm not really good at math, but that comes to a little less than $15 a week, right? $15 a week. Miss Marion, you can collect cans in the street and get $15 a week. So you can't tell me that you can't work and earn $15 a week. Doing something. Do you understand? You have to work and earn $15 a week because you have an obligation. And this lady doesn't look to me as if she's rolling in dough. Doesn't look to me as if she's living on a trust of $1 million. Do you work?
I clean houses on my hands and knees.
And how much do you get a day for that?
Well, usually about $35.
Very good. Why don't you do this? See if one of the people that you work for can give her a day's work.
Yeah.
She could just go to work one day, clean somebody's house, and, madam, you will have your monthly payment to her after 2 weeks.
Minus the $50 a day daycare, I'm negative $15.
Just a second. Let me ask you this question. Work out an arrangement with a friend of yours so that one day you watch your friend's child and one day they watch your child, and you go out and get a job, and if it's cleaning houses like the plaintiff does in order to get her money, that's what you do. We understand each other? Judgment in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,600. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Thank you.
Have the back go to your right, please.
Parties.
Em sẽ nói về thực phẩm của Imochi này. Thì Imochi này D3K2 là cung cấp vitamin D3, vitamin K2 và giúp trẻ hấp thu canxi, phát triển hệ xương răng chắc khỏe và tăng cường hệ thống phát triển rất là tốt. Thì những vitamin D3 này là vitamin tăng trong dầu và giúp cơ thể hấp thu canxi, phốt pho. Một số nghiên cứu cho thấy vitamin D3 này là tham gia bảo vệ hệ thống miễn dịch và giúp bảo vệ cơ thể khỏi nhiễm trùng và một số bệnh đường hô hấp. Ngoài ra, vitamin K2 này có vai trò định hướng là gắn canxi vào xương, hạn chế lắng đọng canxi tại các mô, tăng cường và duy trì độ xương, giúp hệ xương phát triển. Thì Imochi này, D3K2 này là thích hợp sử dụng cho đối tượng là sản phẩm Imochi này không mùi, không màu, không vị, dụng cụ lấy thuốc, được thiết kế dễ dàng, pin pet, do đó có thể dễ dàng lấy thuốc một cách chính xác và để dễ dùng cho trẻ. Thì từ 0 tới 12 tháng là 0,1 đến 0,2 ml một ngày, tương đương 2 tới 4 giọt. Trẻ 1 tới 3 tuổi thì 0,2 ml một ngày, tương đương là 4 giọt. Thì trên trẻ trên 3 tuổi là 0,3 ml một ngày, tương đương tới 6 giọt. Thì đối với trẻ sơ sinh dưới 12 tháng tuổi, nhỏ trực tiếp lên nấm vú hoặc bề mặt sạch như ngón tay đã rửa sạch và cho trẻ bú ngay sau đó, không để quá 30 giây. Thì ngoài ra, sản phẩm Imochi D3K2 này là có thể trộn với sữa, trái cây hoặc thực phẩm để cho trẻ em dùng. Thì Imochi D3K2 này là loại thực phẩm bảo vệ sức khỏe đến từ châu Âu và sản phẩm được có chứng nhận công dụng và an toàn của Bộ Y tế Việt Nam để đảm bảo hiệu quả sử dụng cho trẻ nên mua các tiệm thuốc uy tín và đọc kỹ hướng dẫn trước khi sử dụng. Thì những cái emoji này là emoji này dùng rất là tốt cho những trẻ sơ sinh. Vì emoji này có cả D3 thì dùng rất là lợi hơn các những loại các emoji khác, những dòng khác, vừa là bổ sung cho trẻ và có chiều cao khỏe. Thì vitamin D3 và 400 20%, vitamin K2 và K7 là 30%, DHA là 5U. Thì cái này đã nói chia vặt mình rất là dễ cho bé uống. Thì bé từ 0 tới 1 tuổi thì 0,1 ml, từ 1 tới 2 tuổi thì 0,2 ml. Khi không dùng thì mình sẽ đậy nắp lại và chắc lại, không để nó bị ra ngoài thì nó sẽ bay mùi, tính khiết nó không có tác dụng nữa. Thì mọi người có trẻ nhỏ dùng muốn nên mua emoji này để dùng và tham khảo cho bé.